Hello, testing. Can anybody hear me? Alright. Here we go. Testing. Can anybody hear me? Okay, there you go. Alright. Yep. I recently rebuilt my computer, so my OBS settings are all kind of messed up, and I had to remove the mic and add it again. Thankfully I didn't just start speaking. Alright, sweet. Okay, let's see if everything's in order. Okay, to start off with, here is the keyboard case. I'm sure you guys have seen pictures of the build. Here's the case. It is insanely heavy. It's about, I think the last time we measured it, about 4 or 5 pounds or something like that. So it's just one big slab of aluminum. Let's see, I guess let's see it. Or just here. Yep. No seams, no anything. There's no top and bottom to it. Don't know if you can see that. See, no top and bottom. This is what I like about this case. No seams at all. I can't stand seeing those funky lines everywhere. So it's just big and heavy and chunky. I like it. Alright, so we've got that. And that one is thick. And we have a similarly thick plate. This is a steel plate. It's about 3 millimeters. So pretty crazy. It's really heavy too. I should weigh it later on. Alright, so we've got the plate, and we have this PCB. It originally came with another PCB. Originally it came with this PCB. You can see it looks pretty nice. EnjoyPBT. That's a lot of flux everywhere. Don't worry about that. Just I've desoldered this thing I think 2 or 3 times already. Alright. So this PCB is pretty nice. And the programming is really simple. I like it more than Bootmapper. But the problem is the switches attach upside down. It means with the LEDs on top. You can see that. Oh no. See? And I don't want that because I want to use cherry profile keycaps and I want to use the Silencios. So I need them to be mounted with southward facing LEDs. Thing's not focusing right. But anyway, a quick way to tell, you know, where the switches are gonna face when you mount them on the PCB. Really quick, most people already know this. Look for these 2 small dots. That's where the LEDs go. So you want them on the bottom of the switch instead of on the top. Does that make sense? Alright, so we're not using this. I'm gonna rebuild this with an aluminum plate some other time, and I'm gonna use switches that don't use that I'm not planning on using with Silencios. Let me put these back. Alright, so we've got this PCB, and what I've had to do is I've had to shave off a few millimeters just so it can fit in the case, because the case wasn't designed for this PCB. But all the mounting points work just fine. Okay, so we've got that out of the way. So quick preview, we've got this PCB. This is the same PCB that comes with the KBD75, which I also have over here with Honeywell. Alright, so PCB, plate, case, switches. We're going to be using Cherry MX browns, RGB browns. I personally think they're not wrong when they say that Cherry really improved their tooling. They're noticeably more tactile than older browns, and they're slightly heavier. Okay, so we've got switches, stabilizers, I've got Zoo stabs, but I'm not using those today. I'm rebuilding my keyboard because of these. I can't stand the wire popping out all the time. And I like genuine Cherry stabilizers a bit more. And I've got a bunch, and I'll have to look through it and see which ones I need afterwards. These are all genuine. Don't buy the Chinese ones. Those are bad. So we've got stabilizers. And let's see. We've got our soldering iron. For the stabilizers, we're gonna need lube, 2 kinds of lube, dielectric grease and finish line extreme fluoro, pure fluorinated PFPAE grease. We're gonna use both of these, and I'll show you where to use which. We're gonna need clippers for the stabilizers. And that's mainly it, I think. Am I forgetting anything? Alright, keycaps we'll decide later on. Okay, so for now, let's work on stabilizers first, as always. Okay, so how many do I need? I need 1 for backspace. I'm not using split backspace. I need 1 for enter. Need 1 for shift and 1 for spacebar. So that's what? That's 4. That's 3. 2 U stabs and 1 6.25U. You guys can still hear me fine, right? Okay. So does anyone else here have a 75% keyboard? What do you guys use? I'm all about the 75%. 65%, I have the Rama 65 coming in, but I'm not sure if I use it very much, honestly. For me, it's either 60% keyboard, 75, or an 1800 or 96. 65 is kind of a weird compromise spot. Let's see. What stabilizers are these? Okay, we're gonna start the stabilizers. That's what we always start with. Now, if you're building right from the start, you want to test the PCB first. So what you do is you either look up keyboardtester.com or you download Elite Keyboard's switch hitter. And what you do is you plug your keyboard in. Most PCBs will come flash with a layout already, and so you grab your PCB, you plug it in, and you just short each switch, the 2 pinholes for each switch. Does that make sense? And so those 2 programs will let you know, when it registers and stuff like that. Okay. So we got that out of the way. You test the PCB, make sure it all works, and then we start the stabilizers. Okay, so you want genuine cherry stabilizers. Don't get the Chinese ones, especially now that you can get cherry ones for really cheap, honestly. You can get them as low as, $9 plus shipping. If you get any keyboards from Mass Drop, I think 95% of the time you're gonna get cheap Chinese stabilizers. So it's always smart to order some genuine ones or Zeal Stabs before your keyboard comes in, and use those instead. Alright, so we're going to start off clipping the feet. If you can see that. Alright. So see these two toothed feet? They're kind of little fang things. We're gonna remove those. So get your clipper. Man, this webcam isn't focusing. Forget it. Anyway, I'm gonna clip these feet. Alright. So now, here are the two. This one's clipped, this one's clipped, this one isn't clipped, if you can see that. So real quick, oh nice, a B face. I have is yours from Win Keyless, or is yours one of the Chinese ones that they either call B face? I think, what do they call it? Instead of B face, they call it either the C face or the B fake. That's usually what they call it. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stabilizers. Okay, so this is a 7U spacebar stabilizer. I'm not going to be using this. I'm going to be using 6.25. So I'm going to need another wire. Nice. Do you know what sort of options you're going with for the B face? Are you gonna get a frosted case? Are you gonna get a clear case? Or are you just gonna go kind of opaque? You're gonna get a mixture. Alright, we've got these done. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so we're gonna start the lubing process. We've clipped the feet, now we're gonna lube, and later I'll show you the band-aid mod. Which reminds me, I should take the band-aids out. Got some cheap fabric band-aids. I mean, for me, I think, you know, you're gonna want to go frosted. The clear ones don't look as nice because they don't diffuse the LEDs as much. And I mean, the B face, pretty much all Win Keyless stuff is all about the LEDs. So you want them frosted, and you know, you want it to diffuse light. The clear ones just look kind of cheap. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, so dielectric grease is kind of gummy, kind of slow, really thick. Viscous is probably the right word, if I'm using the word right. So I like them on the ends of the wires, because again, well, not again, but stabilizer rattle mostly comes from either the metal being too loose inside the insert, or the metal being too loose on the clips. See that? Okay, so we're gonna want to use this gummy thick grease on these 2 points where it touches the insert and where it touches the clip, because these don't affect the stabilizer action as much, but it does silence it. Okay, so I got this lubed. I need oh, nice. Hey, good to see you, that one guy. I just finished building his road kit. It's actually right here. I can show you guys in a bit. It's really nice. Now I wish I had a macro pad. Do you by any chance want to sell it? Just kidding. What I do to afford all these amazing keyboards? Well, I mean, I just graduated from college just about almost a year ago, and so I've just been doing all these odd jobs and stuff. And the trick to buying a lot of keyboards is to buy a bunch and sell a bunch. Don't keep too many. That's how you can afford it. Okay, so now that we've got this, oops. Okay, I forgot. So we have thick lube for those 2 spots. Now we are gonna use some extreme fluoro on the slider itself and insert. So just on the walls. So some people still use the thick grease for it, but I personally don't like it because it just makes it really slow, makes it kind of heavy. And so a good pair of stabilizers, you know, you want stabilizers that don't affect the switch action, you know, that don't influence it. So that means, you know, if you have light switches, you don't want your stabilized keys to suddenly feel heavy, you know. Or if you have heavy switches, you don't want them to feel even heavier. So you want them to be as smooth and as clean as possible. Kind of like how, you know, for a DAC, you want it to be accurate, and then, you know, you can go crazy with your amps and your headphones. The thing I don't like about this extreme fluoro is that it's opaque and white, so it looks like someone just came on your keyboard when you're done lubing it. Alright, see, so nice and smooth. So again, this is fast lube on the sliders, the walls, and everything. But for anything that touches the wire, we want the thick grease. We want it to basically just to fill up any gaps between the metal and the plastic. Yeah, and another thing I found, if you want to, you know, be able to keep trying a lot of keyboards and stuff, like, you know, I don't buy, this is horrible, but when I buy keycap sets, I'm always thinking about the resale value. So, you know, for example, people talk about Taihao keycaps, you know, sure, they're cheap, and you can buy them, you know, you can buy 5, 6 sets instead of one GMK set, but when you sell them, you know, Taihao sets, you're probably going to lose 50%. Whereas a GMK set, you know, maybe you lose 10%, maybe you break even, maybe you might even make some money back when you're trading or, you know, selling at a high price or whatever you do, you know. So instead of, you know, going for a bunch of cheap things that's gonna lose their value, you go for something that's gonna at least maintain it. And well, that's why I'm whoring myself out to build keyboards for others. This way I can buy even more keyboard stuff. I think my most recent buy was a Leopold FC980C. So gotta go back to the Topre game. I actually thought about buying it. You know, I bought it for my dad for his Father's Day's coming up, and it's his birthday that same month. So I thought, oh yeah, I'm gonna get him, you know, nice FC980C, because he doesn't have a mechanical keyboard. So I figured, yeah, I'll send it home, back home in Malaysia to him. But you know, I used it for a few weeks, and now I'm thinking, you know, maybe he won't appreciate it. You know. Maybe he's not about that oneness of cup rubber. Maybe I should hold on to it. And maybe I should just get him, you know, an FC980M that's, you know, half the price. Okay. Let's get back to lubing the stabilizers. Alright, hopefully he doesn't see this video. So, that one guy, what keyboards have you tried? You said you've used 5 in the last, what, 2 months? What 5 have you used? 5 pokers? Well, of course, I mean, there's always a white fox in there somewhere. So, 4 pokers. Well, maybe 3 pokers with Magic Force and a white fox. That seems to be the, that was the 2016 Rite of Passage for RMK. You buy a Magic Force, and then you realize, you know, and then you post, you get some Taihao Miamis, you slap it on the Magic Force, you excitedly post it on Reddit, and then, you know, you make sure you have the word endgame in the title, and you're telling everyone, alright, I found endgame. This is it for me. I don't care what you say, this is endgame for me. And, you know, people downvote you and they shit on you, and then there's always the counter circle jerk talking about, oh, it's just whatever's endgame for him, you know. And you know, you like to think, yeah, you know, as long as it's endgame for me, that's all I care about. And less than a month later, you know, you're looking for a Poker 3, because you're like, oh, you know, I need that heavy case, I need that low profile, I need that 60% standard layout. And so you go for it. And this time what you do is You know, no more Tai Hao. You know, you tell yourself, all right, that's cheap shit. You know, that's too thin for me. I can afford a bit more luxury in my life. And what you do is you look for some granite keycaps on Mass Drop or on Mac Market. You get the kits you need. You cheap out and don't buy. You know, you don't order the Sangan or Win Keyless set because you think you're you know, you don't need that. Standard layout for life. And then you tell yourself you're good. And again, you post it saying, you know, now this is my endgame. And then we know what happens. You know, 3 months later, you get yourself a White Fox. You put some Zillios on it because everyone talks about how great it is. But this time, you're thinking, alright, I've got some pretty good keycaps for it, you know. I've got granite. I paid so much for it, I should keep it. And so happily you put granite on it and then you realize, oh shit, I need a 1.75U shift. Oh god. And then, you know, you start posting on Mac Market, looking for that 1.75U shift and for the Sangan kit. Such is life. This is why you buy GMK, because most of them just come standard with the Sangan stuff now. Anyway, I digress. Oh yeah, White Fox. Have you seen a White Fox in person? Have you felt it? It honestly feels kind of cheap. I mean, I might get crucified for this. Don't clip this and post it on RMK, please. But it feels kind of cheap, especially for the money you're paying. Whoops, put that the wrong way. All right, so we have lubed the stabilizer bodies. Now we're just putting all the inserts back in. And so you can be crazy and lube both the inserts and the bodies, but I found that you kind of only need to lube one of them because they're gonna be rubbing on each other. So you know, as long as you put enough on the bodies, you probably don't need to lube the stems. Okay. Is that everything? Okay, one more. Wait, there's a Master Keys Pro 2? Or is that Pro S? And what do you think of the HHKB and the FC660C? Which one do you prefer? Yeah, I thought Cooler Master came out with a revision already. I know they have a PBT revision, but I haven't seen that one in the US yet. Someone post a link if I'm wrong. Wait, what was wrong with the keycaps on your FC660C? Yeah, I wanted an F660C for the longest time, but you know, programmability was non-existent. But now with the Hasu controller, maybe it's time. Maybe I should sell my 980C and get the 660. Alright, we've got 3 done. Oh yeah, I'm not a fan of plastic dip. It makes everything feel cheap. Huh. Clipped cherry stabilizers. So I guess this is one. Okay, so for the spacebar stabilizer, make sure to check that they lie flat. They're not bent or warped at all before you use them, because that would suck. Alright, now to wipe the thing off. $500 to $550. God damn, crazy. So you have a few options right now. Oh, whoops, wrong lube. Got distracted. Obviously, the one that comes to mind right now is the one that's being run on KeyClack, the SCOG. I really liked it at first, but I don't like how, you know, it's a traditional top and bottom case. So there's two main parts to the case, and I don't like that, you know, the seams are basically just not hidden. You will see it. So, you know, if both sides don't, you know, aren't perfectly manufactured, then you're gonna see, you know, them not being parallel, and they're not gonna sit flush with each other. And so I don't like that. It always looks kind of lame. That's why Duck is pretty smart. He knows that, you know, the seams are gonna be a problem, so you don't make the sides completely flat. You find a way around it. That's what the Revo HHKB did as well. The top is way bigger than the bottom. That way, you know, if there's any kind of mismatch between the top and the bottom, it looks, you know, you're not gonna see it. because it's intentional. And the little LED bar on the SCOG is kind of disappointing as well, because I think it's only 2 LEDs or something like that. It's a lot more limited than what I thought. So I don't know about that one. The Trick 84 or the Trick 80, that one is kind of an acquired taste. If you like that crazy beehive look, then by all means go for it. But I think that group buy is over. The one I think that everyone should be on the lookout for is what comes from the, I think, are they Matrix or something like that? The guys behind the Matrix, Abel, and behind the E80 81 V 80 V1 or E8 V1 or something like that. Now that's a nice board. That's a nice 10 kilos. And then of course you've got, you know, your traditional Duck, Orion, and stuff like that. Speaking of which, I actually have a Duck Orion build coming up. I am going to be building it probably this Friday, so in 2 days. That's at least the plan. No case though, only everything except the case, because the case is too heavy, so the owner is holding on to the case. Okay. So we've got everything. All the stabilizers are lubed. The Moon TKL. Is that the latest one? Can you give us a link? Yeah, I think Matrix Labs is the name, the guys behind it. The Matrix Able is kind of cool, but not my type of deal. I like their E8 V1, V2, or V1.5 more. Okay, so we've got that. Loop the stabilizers now. For the stabilizers, the band-aids, I mean. Alright, I'm gonna check out the thing real soon. 1 second. Where are you? The Moon. Oh man, that is a nice keyboard. Holy shit. Oh, what? The group buy is concluded? What? Is it really over? Man, the Moon looks pretty good, I will say. Thanks for linking it. I personally hadn't seen it. That's the thing I hate about, you know, having all these communities split up. Especially just the way Geek Hack is laid out, it's kind of hard to find, you know, what you want. It's hard to find new stuff. It's great for you know, archived stuff, you know, like say a group buy, you know, you have a whole thread that's for it, and that's nice. Reddit is great for new stuff, but if you're gonna find anything that's archived, yeah, good luck with that. There's no archive, there's no anything. Alright, hey Bob. Good to have you with us. So, I've already lubed the stabilizers. You're probably gonna have to watch the VOD if you just came in and you missed that. Where are my scissors? Okay. So now we're gonna do the Band-Aid mod. Oh, nice. So it's actually still available? Man, I don't even need a 10 keyless, and even now I'm thinking about it. Also, another one that's pretty cool is the Hubble Mirror. I'm gonna be building that one when it arrives. I've got someone here in Dallas who wants me to assemble it for him. And so I'll probably do it on stream, and you guys will be able to see it. That'll be pretty awesome, I think. It's nice to be able to touch all these expensive boards without, you know, paying out of my own pocket. But then again, the Duck, I don't get to touch the case. So that's kind of a shame. I need a trash can. Which one? The moon? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Because, I mean, I don't even use tankless. I don't remember the last time I had a tankless board. Actually, I do remember. It was the Nova Touch, I think, that I silenced. That was the last tankless I had. Never saw a point to get it since. But, I will say, tankless boards are probably the nicest looking. 10-keyless and 1800s. Basically, the more gaps it has, the more impractical it is. Because, you know, it's not as compact, but the nicer it looks. So, you know, 75% boards, I love them for functionality. But I honestly think they're not very nice looking. They're not very pretty. They're very utilitarian. Okay, so we've got band-aids. Oh, it's the Mira. It's the M-I-R-A. Yeah, I think you're gonna have to type, you know, Hubble Mirror keyboard or Hubble Mirror mechanical keyboard. You know, if you just type Hubble Mirror, you're not gonna find it, I'm afraid. Google's gonna think, you know, you're into astronomy and shit. Which I hope you are, because that's cool stuff. Okay, hopefully I didn't too thin. Oh man, this fan is so annoying. I'm gonna switch off the fan. I don't know why I had it on. I'm supposed to have it on for soldering, but I'm not soldering yet. Not even close. Okay, so we're cutting up some band-aids. Just gotta make sure that they fit in the stabilizers. I'll show you how it works later on. Yeah, there are a lot of nice 10-keyless customs out there. The problem is, you know, they're really expensive. And the reason because, you know, they need more aluminum because of all the little gaps in between. So there's more machining, there's more material involved. But it's also why they look nice. Okay, don't worry about it, yeah. Glad someone linked the Hubble Mirror in the end. That's a pretty nice keyboard. Have you seen it? The Luna Gray was just absolutely stunning. Okay, so with a group bike just for the weight. Oh, I've seen a weight that looks really nice. I think that was, I can't remember if it's on the Orion or on the what is it? The Octagon. There's one with Korean etching on it. That one looks sick. It's like a special edition or something I can't remember. I'll probably have to look it up. Yeah, they've got some crazy names. And then they've got, you know, Dr. D. Dr. D is Revo team's first 10 kilos or something like that. Okay, so we've got these band-aids cut out. Okay, so I'd say they're about 1 centimeter. I don't know if you can see that. You don't really need a close-up of this. Anyway, we are going to be putting them between these two stabilizer holes. You see that? Okay, so the big hole is where it just kind of the stabilizers kind of slide in at an angle, and then it clips in or it screws in on the small one. Okay, so we're gonna be putting it here. You probably want to use, if you have any excess band-aid, you want it to go in the bigger hole because you know it's basically loose. And so it serves two purposes. For traditional kind of clip-in stabilizers, what it does is it stabilizes the stabilizer. Basically, it allows it to sit flush against the PCB instead of, you know, being loose, because that's gonna be more rattle. You basically want it to be as stable and as flush as possible. You want it to be tight. And the more important purpose is you use fabric band-aids instead of, you know, the waterproof ones, so that you can apply lube on it. We're gonna use some thick lube again. We're gonna use dielectric grease once again. Oh, whoops! Why do I keep doing that? I always forget there's a camera over here. Okay, so the more important thing is once you lube, you put that gummy lube on these band-aids. It kind of cushions the stabilizers when you press them, when you push them down. See the inserts? See how okay. See how the bottoms actually stick out of the body? I mean the bottom of the insert. Oh my god, this camera. Okay. See how it sticks out? So you don't want this hitting against the PCB. So we're gonna put band-aids and we're gonna put lube on it so that it cushions it. So if anyone is wondering why, you know, I take, you know, almost 3 hours to build a 60% keyboard, this is why. There's a lot more steps that go into it. Cause yeah, I've seen people build, you know, $500–600 keyboards without lubing or clipping or doing anything to the stabilizers. I just don't understand that. The difference is incredible. Switch some lights on, hopefully that'll help too. I have more lights on. Yeah, I've seen people offering, you know, $20 for assembly, and I'm just like, there's no way. You know, there's no way it's gonna turn out good. Unless, of course, you know, he's really doing it for charity, then that's fine. But yeah, if you have an expensive kit, why the hell do you want to just, you know, find the cheapest builder? Okay, so real quick, before I put the stabilizers in. Okay. Nice. See, we've got the band-aids. We've got, oh my god. It's not focusing again. And so we've got thick lube. Don't worry if, you know, it's kind of like jello over it. Then we're gonna clip these into it. Okay, so again, they slide in at an angle into the bigger holes. and you clip or you screw them into the tighter ones. Oh, whoops, it slipped. There we go. Okay. See how now they sit flush against the PCB. There's no wiggle room anymore. See, there's no rattling. Okay, so really close to the camera. All right. Nope. Not really. No. Anyway, maybe that's too close. Okay. So clipping the stabilizers, you probably see in the VOD. Okay. The problem, you saw those two. Let me look. These are all clipped. I need to find unclipped because I think you joined my stream a bit late. So where are my? Okay, because a lot of my stabilizers have already been clipped. So here's some genuine. Okay, remember, genuine cherry stabilizers. Don't buy the Chinese ones. Just don't do it. I still have not found decent Chinese stabilizers, and you know, people tell you, oh, just lube them. No, lubing does not help with them. The parts are basically too loose. Okay, let's see that. All right, so that's how they come stock. Okay, see how they've got these fanged feet. Okay, that's the stuff you want to get rid of. It's gonna, you know, it's just some kind of, I don't even know what they're for, honestly. See? So if you clip them, they're not gonna feel as sticky, they're not gonna feel as mushy and kind of, basically you make it smoother when you just remove those. So you clip them and they look like, well, let me show you. Nope. Yeah. So you take those two off and they will look like this. It's not working. Sort of working. Okay, so yeah. So it becomes this instead. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to Band-Aid mod. Yep, no problem. I know for me, when I first started building keyboards, you know, I watched a ton of build videos. And all of them had, you know, a few tricks or tips, you know, that are pretty helpful. And so for today's, hopefully, you know, it's most of the tricks because, you know, for example, this Band-Aid mod, I learned it from Zeal or Henry. He's the guy obviously behind Zero PC, behind Zilios and all that stuff. So I learned this from him. Let's see, but clipping and all that, you know, I watched some other videos. Okay, let's see. Backspace. Oh, what? Oh, right. Here we go. One thing I hate about these Band-Aids is they are a real pain in the ass to work with. And the worst part is I have lube all over my fingers, so they're not gripping anything very well. Man, I need more band-aids. One wasn't enough. Oh, and that one guy, are you still there? You asked me about 75% keyboards. I still haven't found a favorite yet. I've seen some that I really like, but so far I have not found a favorite. The EnjoyPBT 75 case, cool, you know, super chunky and all that, but the anodization is okay. It's not great. It's alright. The duck octagon is one of the nicest looking ones, but I don't like the angle on it. It's way too sharp and it hurts. Like, you know, I used to have a ZZ96 and I hate it. Absolutely hated typing on it. My wrist would just hurt because the angle is too sharp. And then there's the TX75. That one is cool, but the design is, like, the angle is also very sharp on that one, and the case itself just looks kind of busy, just a little too busy for my taste. Too many details and stuff. I think one of the nicest looking ones I've seen so far is the AMJ84, but that one was a very limited group buy, I think. It's super hard to find, to Google. So if someone has one, or if someone can link to one, that would be awesome, but that's the one I've been trying to get. The 96 key, yeah, the octagon, especially the newest one, right? It's kind of cool, but nah. The old octagon was an actual octagon because of the USB cutout. Have you seen the first one, the V1? V2 just looks kind of, you know, it's kind of simple. It just looks like a block, because it's just a rectangle basically. But the V1 actually had 8 edges. Okay, here comes the fun. Okay, so this should be. Oh, really? I don't even know. I know the V2 obviously has better LEDs and stuff like that. I think that's probably what I want to get the next time. Just a nice 75% keyboard with nice, you know, RGB underglow. Because I still don't have one. Bought quite a few and still can't find one that's decent. EnjoyPBT 75, that one has, you know, no LED support at all because the case is just one big chunk of aluminum, so you won't see any lights. The KBD 75 is one of the worst RGB underglow implementations I've ever seen. The PCB itself does the RGB fine. It's the case that's just god awful for it. I just leave the LEDs off on mine. It's so stupid. It's incredibly disappointing. But, you know, it's super cheap. It's like, what, 150 bucks, 160 bucks. Can't say I'm very surprised. The rest of it's cool though. So if you just want a 75% keyboard that's aluminum and high profile and all that, go for it. Just don't expect too much. Especially not the RGB. Don't buy for the RGB. Yeah, the Kira looks good. I think, you know, even though I don't see myself using 96% keyboards much at all, I think I'm gonna get the Kira 96. I'm just gonna get it and then just put it on a nice pedestal. Okay, so real quick, I'm gonna. Just real quick, I don't know if you can see that. that's where I have some of my nicer keyboards. So right now, you know, I have one on my desk, and I have 4 over there. So when the M65A comes in, it's probably gonna go up there. I'm maybe gonna use it for a few weeks, and then I'm gonna realize, oh, you know, like, why do I even use a 65% keyboard? So I'm just gonna put it back up there. Then it'll just look nice. Oh yeah, it's Honeywell. That thing is beautiful. Just look at that. Oh, and it goes well in my room too because it's mostly white and gray. See, just lots of gray and some white and gray. Just lots of white and gray. So Honeywell just fits perfectly. And I wear the silver case because my computer is silver as well. Anyway, this is keyboards. We're not gonna talk about, you know, rooms and computers and stuff. We put the band-aids on. We're gonna lube all the band-aids now. Oh wait, why won't it ship? Is it because they're... Oh, because you're you didn't pre-order it, right? Or you didn't participate in the Jeep group buy. So I think they're gonna ship all those out first, and then you get yours. Yeah, I'm trying to decide between Honeywell, Skydolch, and Penumbra for this build. So I've got Honeywell in that one, but I'm probably gonna put this PCB in that. Well, we'll see. The nice thing is, you know, they're compatible, so I can just swap them around. If you guys are wondering why, you know, this build is taking so long, you can watch Zeal's super old build of his Weaven, and that one is like 4 to 6 hours a minute. It's like 4 hours, I think, and that one's a 60% keyboard. So yes, these things do take time. Okay, we've lubed all the band-aids. Got all the band-aids in place. We're gonna put the stabilizers in. Okay, and usually for most boards, okay, there's a very important step when you're building yours. You know, most of them have most PCBs and plates have support for, you know, a universal bottom row, so they call it universal. So, you know, it supports, you know, 1.5U and 1.25U mods, 6.25U or 7U mod space bars. So you have to, what you want to do is you want to have some keycaps ready, put them on the plate or the PCB, and try to figure out where, you know, the switches and the stabilizers are gonna go. But for 75% keyboards, you know, I've built in so many of them, I just remember, well, you know, where the stabilizers go. So, you know, I didn't do that. But I'll show you guys later on when I'm putting it together. Okay, we've got that. Now, again, slide into the bigger holes, clip into the tighter ones. Ooh, what was that? Let me look at chat. I haven't looked at it in a while. And yes, that's GMK Honeywell. Yeah. Let's see. I'm not shipping mine with your road kit, nothing for sure. Let's see. Skydoge. Yeah, Skydoge is pretty nice. I had the Skydoge for a long time, and then I traded mine away for some install caps, and then I really miss it, so I bought another one. Penumbra and SA. Yeah. The GMK one, I have it. I haven't opened it from the packaging yet. Krytox, fancy Krytox greases and oils. That one, that's for switches. So people have, you know, crazy mixtures and all that. Personally, I think it's incredibly overrated and unnecessary. Not because the lubing itself does not help at all. Oh, it does help. But you basically introduce another human factor. Okay, so, you know, the problem with switches is that they're already kind of inconsistent because of, you know, tolerances and stuff like that. Just, you know, lots of variables, you know, in manufacturing, you know, between batches or even in the same batch, you know, they could feel different. And so you've already got inconsistency going on in the switch itself. And you're introducing a whole another layer, and this one, a human layer of inconsistency by lubing them, you know, manually. And so, you know, I've tried lubed keyboards at meetups, and I mean, you know, typing on a few of them, you know, a few of the switches, oh, that feels kind of good. And then, you know, you try to type a full sentence, and then you notice that, you know, none of the switches are consistently lubed. Like, you know, they're all, you know, maybe 5 of them feel kind of the same, but, you know, 1 or 2 of them feel over lubed, some of them feel under lubed. And so I personally don't like lubing switches. I think that, you know, you go a stock way because it's just too much inconsistency. And to me, a good switch is a consistent switch. I don't care if it's scratchy, as long as it's all just as scratchy, same kind of scratchy, that's fine. Because then I know, you know, my fingers know what to expect when I'm typing. But if they're lubed and, you know, some of them feel heavier than others because of too much lube, or some of them, you know, don't feel as smooth, then that's gonna bother me a lot. So personally, not a big fan of lubing switches. I think it's overrated. I know people, there's a huge circle jerk about it, but I'm not a fan. Which is why, you know, I don't offer lubing services, just because I don't like how inconsistent they feel. Let's see. Yeah, so to answer that, unnecessary. Okay, Skeletor. Okay, here, real quick. Well, the thing is, this webcam isn't going to show you the colors really accurately, but let me show you some keycap sets. Okay, so real quick, since you guys are talking about Skeletor. We've got Skeletor. Okay. And it looks, I mean, I'm not gonna use this on any of my keyboards because, you know, as you can tell, you know, I'm kind of a black and white, silver gray kind of guy. You know, but in person, it honestly looks amazing. I honestly didn't think, you know, this mishmash of colors would look nice, but it just looks great. I don't know if that's your style. I think they look nice, especially without the plastic cover. I'm not going to take it out because that's just going to take up too much time. So we've got Skeletor. We've got Hyperfuse. It's on one of my boards over there. Oops. It's on one of my boards over there. So let's ignore that. Hyperfuse. We've got Carbon. You probably have seen it on my EnjoyPBT 75. And then we have Skydoge. the best sets ever. Looks on pictures. It's so hard to get a good picture of Skydoch and Skeletor. Basically, anything with GMK Cyan, it's really hard to get a good picture. But in person, they look amazing. Okay, and so Penumbra. This is Penumbra with that yellow. If the reflection doesn't screw it too much for you. Okay, so it looks kind of washed out in the pictures, but I guess I do kind of prefer a little washed out actually. But yeah, Penumbra. So if you want to compare it to Skeletor, let's see that. Okay, man, if I upload this on YouTube, I'm gonna have to cut all this crap out. Okay. Yeah, and I've got other keycap sets, but that's the GMK stuff that I thought would interest you. GMK Terminal, I've got that one coming in, actually. I've got that one coming in. I've got GMK Soulware coming in. I'm gonna get Oblivion. What my thoughts? Okay. Do you guys like gray or do you guys like white? Let me know. Which one do you prefer? I'm thinking about buying two. I know I shouldn't, but I'm really thinking about getting both of them because I can't decide. Yeah, DCS Toxic. I like the colors. I like it more than GMK Terminal actually, but too bad it's DCS. Thin, super thin plastic. Not a fan. It would be nice if some of the MX Blues though. I think they'll really amplify the click if you're into that. Okay, so real quick, we've got all the stabilizers done. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do a test fit real fast. So if I'm building a keyboard for you, this is all standard procedure. I mean, these steps, not the talking to you guys and showing off all my keycaps. Okay, we're gonna do a test fit real quick to see whether the stabilizers have been silenced properly. Almost no one does this, by the way. Everyone just slaps the stabilizers and the boards together. And I mean, I understand, because you know you're excited to get your keyboard together. But I like to make sure that everything's done right. So before I solder them in for the permanent, I make sure that everything's right. Everything's silent. Okay, so just real quick, we're gonna test these stabilized keys. Oh, and of course there was Honeywell that you saw just now. Okay. Need some keycaps. Okay, so for test fitting, we're going to use Penumbra because I haven't opened it yet and I want to check it out. White. Okay, so we've got what? We've got two votes for white. Bob says he was going for gray. EnjoyPBT, super hard, man. I have one set left. I sold one. I sold a Cyrillic. I sold the Uro set. I should not have done that. Should not have done that. I sold it because I was getting a modern beige set from Originative, and I thought, you know, I don't need that many beige dice up PBT sets, and so I sold my Imsto set. But so much regret. Modern beige, just the legends just can't compare. It's better. It's a little better than EnjoyPBT. Not as the font isn't as consistent, but the die subbing is better. But Imstore is just like in a league of its own. It's incredible. So this is my favorite set ever. You know, I've got a lot of expensive sets now, but this is still my favorite, all-time favorite set. It took me a while to hunt down, and then I've bought some blanks to go with it because it didn't come with a lot of compatibility keys. So the best way to find it, honestly, is just on Mac Market, on Geek Hack Classifieds. He's starting to ship his latest round, so hopefully he'll have extras, or people will sell the extras. I'm thinking of buying up, you know, at least 3 or 4 of the sets once he's got extras out. Yuri, I'm gonna buy Yuri for sure. That one is one of the best ones ever. But yeah, Oblivion, I can't decide because, okay, see, the problem is I love the white and gray. That was my go-to. The gray just didn't look great, but I have Honeywell and what is going on? I have Honeywell, and I'm probably gonna get the solarized alphas for Penumbra. So I'm gonna have white GMK caps with gray legends. So I don't know if it's completely necessary for me to get the white Oblivion, you know? I could just mix and match. Although, of course, the gray won't be the same kind of gray. And compatibility won't be the same. So I don't know. So maybe that's why I'm gonna go for both. Yeah, see, Bob, you're right, yeah. If I want white and gray, you know, I've got Honeywell, so I don't really need it. You know, so maybe I'll go for the more muted gray option. Reminds me of Dolce, but, you know, it looks different enough from Dolce that it warrants a place in my stash of keycaps. Oh, no. Actually, I shouldn't even be testing with GMP caps. I should be testing with some PBT caps. Man, that's a nice blue though. It honestly reminds me of Hydro's blue. It could even be the same kind of blue. Anyway, time to put this back. Okay. Yeah, Yuri's coming out. Yuri's coming out. Can't wait. Kits are finalized. It's showing up soon. I think what's gonna happen is they're gonna probably wait for Oblivion to wrap up before they launch it. That's my guess. I don't know. That's my guess. They're probably gonna try to put it right after that one. But it's mass drop, so we don't know. And I think I'm honestly really surprised that Oblivion isn't getting as many orders as they should. You know, it was one of the most hyped sets, and it's a classic for sure. It looks great, but I think they split it up. They shouldn't have split it up into 2 completely different kits, base kits, and then on top of that have, you know, additional stuff like the monochrome stuff. I think that's, you're splitting it up too thin. With all the GMK group buys coming in, it's gonna be tough to have that many kits and try to get everything hit. And to be completely honest, Keyclack isn't mass drop. It just doesn't have the same reach, you know? So something as crazy as, you know, 2 different base sets and, you know, a monochrome kit and a spacebar kit and all that would work on mass drop because of the huge audience, because of its reach. But on Keyclack, I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it'll hit. you know, MOQ, because I know J-Chan's gonna buy extras to sell in the store. So even then, you know, it's not gonna hit. I doubt it's gonna hit the lowest price point, unless, you know, a miracle happens. And so for all the shit that people give mass drop, they still have the best prices. That's just the reality. Let's see. Terminal. Yeah, I got terminal. I'm not even a green kind of guy, but we'll see. We'll see how that one turns out. So far from the samples, they look pretty nice. Yeah, that's the way it is. We always think it doesn't look as good or doesn't have the keys we like. But when it shows up on RMK or on Geek Hack, that's when you overpay on Mac Market. Okay. Oh. Does it say pull on the white tabs? That's a good one. Laugh at pain. I didn't even notice that. I forgot about the label. I forgot the label says white. Okay. Testing out the stabilizers. Man, that's the problem with PBT spacebars. There's always something wrong with them. There's some warping or some crazy thing going on. Well, I'm just here to check on the rattle. We'll figure out the rest later on. So, no rattle. Oh. Oh, no rattle from what I can tell. So again, if you're having me build your keyboard, this is all standard procedure. I'm going to be testing them, each stabilizer, and, you know, later on I'll show you switch alignment and stuff like that, and I'll be checking them, basically almost every one of them. It's pretty crazy process. Okay, maybe I'll lube, put some more lube later on. Let's see, which key was it that needed a bit of lube? I think the shift. Alright. We got stabilizers done. Finally got that part done. We haven't soldered yet. We're gonna start soldering soon though. Sting back. And I'll even moderately like. Yeah, Danmu, that's my logic as well. That's why I got terminal, you know. I don't even know if I'm gonna use it because, again, I'm not a green kind of guy. My roommate is, and he really wants a set. But, you know, I'm not giving him a $160 birthday present. Or, well, it was like almost 180 after shipping and all that. So yeah, too bad for him. But I figured, you know, if I don't like it as much, or if I'm not going to use it, then I can just sell it or trade it for another GMK set, or trade it for a keyboard, or trade it for whatever. You know, they always hold their value. So I'm not gonna lose money. Maybe I'll lose the potential. I'll lose, you know, the ability to buy other good stuff, maybe, if I run out of money. But even then, you know, I can sell one of my sets and try to join another group buy. Anyway, okay, so we've got that done. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna start soldering. Okay, and so what you need, and some people I've seen, Man of Interest is one of them. I know I shouldn't be naming names, but you know, everyone knows him, and he's a pretty big guy and all that, you know. And so I know people watch his streams and stuff. I do not recommend building like him anyway, because you know, I've seen him build some keyboards where he just puts all the switches and then just puts the whole thing down on the PCB. Don't do that. A few reasons. One of it, you know, you might bend some of them might be slightly bent, the metal prongs, the pins, and if you just slap them all down, you don't want them to be bent when you're soldering. That's one thing. Another thing is you want a few anchors in place, and then you solder them in nice and straight flush against the PCB, so that the PCB and the plate are parallel on, you know, corners and the sides and maybe in the middle. So when you're sure that the whole plate is parallel, because if you put too many of these switches, you know, there might be too much force, and so, you know, it might bend the plate or the PCB away. So if you've got all these anchors down, you put them all nice and firm, and then you can put in these plate mount switches just nice without any worry. Okay, so for the problem with universal plates is that I'm not going to be soldering these in because these are modifier keys. I'm going to have to align them later on, because look at these big gaps. If I put the switch in, it's only going to be held by 3 sides instead of 4. Okay? If I put on this one, it might just be held by 2 sides. And so, hold on, let's see. Yeah, and look at this one. You know, it's only going to be the top and bottom holding the switch in place. And so what's going to happen is, you know, when you're soldering, it's going to wobble just a little bit, and, you know, you don't notice it, but it's going to tilt just a little bit, so it's going to be installed at an angle. And so when you put your keycaps in, especially because the modifiers are typically longer, so it's going to look super whack. It's the stabilizers are all just going to look all tilted and stuff. And so I've seen some people with expensive keyboards, and, you know, their modifiers just look like that. Like their shift key is just slanted, and, you know, some keys even almost touch. And so we're going to do those right at the end. I'm going to show you how to align them, but that'll be later on. So we're going to put all the only in the 1U spots. Try to space them out. Okay, see, got a problem switch. One of the pins is bent, so thankfully we didn't push too hard. Yes, it's one of the reasons why I actually like PC mounted switches. But the problem is, a lot of PCBs don't get the fittings right, and so what's gonna happen is your switch is just gonna sit, you know, like maybe 1 millimeter off the PCB, and so that's gonna be enough to make the plate and the PCB, you know, they can't sit parallel to each other, which is a shame, because, you know, the feet, that's pretty smart, and, you know, I like that because it holds the switches in place. But in my experience building, you know, lots of keyboards, dozens of keyboards, more often than not, the PCB holes aren't completely the right size. Like the KBD75, for example, the holes are way too big. Just gaping holes. I don't even understand why. And so, you know, the problem was that I had a PCB mounted build for that one because the plate absolutely sucks on the first batch of the KBD75. And so, like, you know, I'll put the PCB mounted switches in, and they would just fall out when I turn it around to solder. And so, you know, it was, which is why I'm swapping it back to a plate, because I just can't handle it. As nice as it is to type on a PC mounted build, that one is just a mess. You know, some of the keys are kind of at an angle; they're not all parallel and straight. Okay, we've got enough stabilized keys in. I think enough anchors. Okay, we're gonna start soldering. Hole tights. I actually have some right here. They are really tiny. So these are hole tights. And so the problem with hole tights is that your PCB has to support it. And most PCBs don't. Well, I'm not gonna put it in this one. This one doesn't. The holes are too big for it. Let's try the EnjoyPBT 75. Oh, EnjoyPBT 75 is too tight for it. See how it doesn't sit flush against the PCB? Yeah. This one's pinholes are too big. This one is too small. I think out of all my keyboards, only the Gone Nerd supports it. But even then, I chose to just solder it in. Soldering is just, at the end of the day, still more fail-proof than hole tights. And, you know, if you have an expensive keyboard, you're very likely going to have what switches you want kind of figured out. So you don't really need switch removal. Not really. It's a cool idea though. I wish more boards could support it. But until it becomes standard, you know, soldering is still the way to go. And a lot of hole tights just, again, they don't sit flush. They don't allow your switches to sit flush against the PCB. And so if you have a nice keyboard, you want it to be perfect, probably not gonna go with hole tights. Okay, so should I have it at this? I guess. How should I angle the camera so you can see the soldering? I guess like that. Will this work? I guess this should be fine, right? Oops. Ah. Gotta try and get a good angle so that you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay, I guess that kind of works. All right. Result instability of crooked keys. Yeah, see, sometimes if the keycaps are tight, you can pull the whole switch out as well, so that could be a problem. Although most of the time it's not, because if you're removing a keycap, you know, that's fine. You can just push the switch back in. But yeah, they don't sit flush, which is the problem. So they might be straight on this plane, but they're not gonna be flush against the PCB. Anyway, what we're gonna do is we're gonna solder in our first anchor. We're gonna start with this corner, and I'm gonna have to try to not solder any of the stabilized keys in. Okay, so make sure you get a good solder. This is a good soldering iron. Okay. Good iron and good solder go a long way. So we're only going to solder one pin first. Okay. So the reason we do this is so we can check to see if the switch really is completely flush against the PCB before we solder the other pin in and seal the deal. Okay, so I'm gonna look at it right now. Make sure the little bumps on the bottom of the switch are touching the PCB. Okay, they have to be in contact. And then put the iron back. Don't want to accidentally hit anything. Okay, see how the bumps are basically touching the PCB? So you want that, but just to be sure, what you can do is push down on the switch, heat up the solder, push it down, so this way it allows you to realign it. Push it down firm, release, and when it's cooled, it's gonna sit flush against the PCB. I'm gonna do it again because I think it's kind of hard to do it on camera. There we go, nice. Okay, now I'm gonna do the same for the other one. And once more, check to make sure it's in. Push down on it. Give it a nice look. Alright, look at that. It does not want to focus. Okay. Yep, so it's flush, parallel. We're good for one corner. We'll do the same for the other ones. No, this is not client build. This is for me. I finally have some free time. I finally got done with, I've been busy with client builds basically every day for the past 2 weeks or so. So I finally got done with all that, and I have one day, one night to free. So this is gonna be my own build, and this thing has been sitting just disassembled for the past maybe a month or so. I've been waiting to have free time to build it. Because tomorrow I have to start prepping the switches and the SIP sockets and LEDs for Duck Orion build this Friday evening. So tomorrow I'm going to be busy with that, SIP socketing and just clipping all the SIP sockets and LEDs. That's just a ton of work, just super tedious. So I'm going to be doing that, and then so that Friday evening I'll be ready for that build. And so if you guys see it on Friday, it's going to be another build. But that one won't have the case though. That's kind of a shame. But you'll see, you know, some SIP sockets and some LEDs. Okay, so for soldering iron, I have it at 690 degrees Fahrenheit. I wish I knew what it is in Celsius. Typically I use Celsius, but not this time. I use 690. It really depends on your solder as well. And then for Zilios, you probably want to lower it just a little bit. Okay, so again, time to check if it's flush. Okay, so if it's not sitting flat against the PCB, a few things. One of it is, you know, some cases have really tight tolerances, so your plate cannot be bent at all. Well, not at all, but you know, it's gonna cause some problems when you're fitting into the case. You know, so it has to be flat. You know, because some of them, you know, screw it, it mounts on the PCB like tray mounted stuff. So you want it to be flat, okay, especially in tight cases. So that's one thing. And another thing is, you know, it might your plate might be bent just a little bit, and honestly, at the end of the day, you know, it's more of if they don't sit flush. The thing is, if they all kind of sit off by 1 millimeter and your case is fine with that, that's okay as long as they're consistent. But if, you know, say, you know, the left side is completely flush and, you know, only the right side is kind of, you know, it kind of sticks out, then that could be a problem. You know, and when you put keycaps on, you know, when you look at it from the front, you know, it's not gonna be all symmetrical and parallel and everything. So it all depends. At the end of the day, for me, it's more of a perfectionist kind of thing. You know, I'm spending so much on a keyboard, I might as well get all the details right. You know, there's no room for compromise. All right, now, okay, see the PCB is a little bent on this side, so I'm gonna have to realign it. Melt the solder, push the switch hard against the PCB, hold it down, wait for it to cool. Oh, still a little gap, maybe 0.5 millimeter. Let's try that again. Alright, make sure when you're doing this not to burn your fingers. I did that this past week. Oh no. Okay, no gap, no unsightly gap. Alright, we've got 2 corners down. Oh, alright, Rackavan, I'll see you. Oh wait, no, that one guy. Alright, see you. See you, man. I'll ship out your road kit and maybe, you know, probably tomorrow or Friday? Yeah. I'll let you know when I do it. I'll give you the tracking number. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, that's good. Well, hopefully, I mean, the board is pretty much, you know, I'd say more than halfway done already. Usually just the prepping is the thing that takes the longest time. This soldering part is usually the fastest. Oh, right. Let me align it again. Yep, it's all this prepping that takes a ton of work. Oh, gotta be careful. Let's see. And of course, when you're soldering, make sure to be careful. Don't hit anything else on your way. When your iron is landing on the pinhole. Don't touch any diodes, don't touch any LEDs. Is this flush? Alright, sweet. 3 corners. Last one. Oh. Well, this corner was a mistake. I have to remove this one. Because it's a modifier key. And so I have to do some switch alignment later. So I'm going to have to desolder it real quick. It's an absolute pain in the ass. Alright, gotta remind myself not to solder that corner in. That's one of the modifiers, one of the big modifiers, and so it's got a gap. So you know we're gonna work on that later on, right at the end. We're gonna solder everything in even before that. It's just there to hold the plate in place. We're not gonna solder that one in yet. To make sure it's aligned, because sometimes the plate is bent in the middle. So it looks like it's completely touching the PCB, so I think we're good. Rarest keycap set I own. And I'm glad you're learning a lot, Recovan. Let me know when you... Have you built any yet? Let me know when you do. Be sure to you know, send me a private message or something. I'll see how I can help. You know, and if you got pictures or anything, just send them to me. I like look at keyboards. I think the rarest keycap set I own is probably right now... Well... The install black on black set is kind of rare right now. This one. Let's install. Sort of rare. Probably one of the rarest PBT sets, that's for sure. Then got SA camping over here. Actually have it mixed with chocolatier. It's kind of like a mint chocolate mint or a forest, I guess. Kind of cool. Back to soldering. Let's see. Oh, you mean 9009? No, I don't have. Are you referring to GMK 9009? I don't have that one. I don't really see the point of those GMK sets. You know, if you can die sub it, why don't you just die sub it? You know, the whole point of going double shot ABS is because, you know, you have way more options of colors. And, you know, you could easily do 9009 with die subs, and you'll have more options too. You could have sub legends, you could have crazy novelties, you could have, you know, custom prints, you could have a bunch of stuff if you just die sub. So, you know, I'm not gonna spend that much just to get something I can easily get with die subs. I'd much rather have PBT die subs than GMK sets. GMK sets for me is only for the crazy colors. I personally don't prefer the feel, you know. I like the technology behind it, but I still prefer my PBT cherry profile sets. So 9009, as cool as it is, kind of pointless in my eyes. It's cool if you're going for the oh my god, another save key. If you're going for the kind of collection, if you're just collecting, then that's fine. But it's not something that I would buy to use. The B face. Oh, that's right. You talked about that. I forgot. B face. Yeah, sure. If you get too scared, or I think a B face is a good board to experiment with. You know. So if you're learning how to solder, by all means, you know, go for it. But if you know, because spare parts are kind of easy to find for the B face, so you know it's kind of a nice board to learn with. But if you're doing, you know, something like a duck and, you know, you never soldered before, then yeah, sure. By all means, send them my way. That way, you know, it's kind of worth it for you. That way, you know, because if your keyboard kit is only like, you know, $200, I don't know if it's worth the, you know, plus shipping and all that, you're looking at least, you know, shipping both ways, you're looking at maybe $60, $70, $80. I don't know if it's really worth it for me to assemble it for you, unless you want it, you know, done really well, then sure. But if you have, you know, like a $500 keyboard, and you know you've never soldered before, or you soldered before and you know you don't have the time to do it right, or you know that you're gonna screw up, then sure, then you know, for me, I think that's worth it. Okay, don't touch this corner. And that one too. Stupid stabilizers. Okay. We've got top corner. Okay, see this one, this corner is not parallel, so that means, you know, either the PCB or the plate is bent just a little bit, and so we're going to use the switches to hold them parallel. So I'm going to need to push down, make sure that switches are flush against the PCB before I continue. Yes, that fixes it. There we go. Okay, now that we've got those in place, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna wanna remove some of these switches, the ones that I have to align later on. I'm gonna remove them so that I don't accidentally solder them in again, because we're not gonna touch those until right at the end. So time to get me gone. Wait, okay, I'm looking at chat right now. Pale green, so I saw in your camping bag, yep. Yeah, that's SA Camping, the pale green. Kinda cool, I guess, if you like that. It's not, you know, it's not very vibrant, so that's kinda neat. Mac Mini 40%, yeah. I'm not a fan of 40% keyboards. They're nice to solder though, nice to experiment with, just cause, you know, they're usually pretty cheap, and they're not as many switches. So the smaller the plate and PCB are, you know, the less chances of them being warped and stuff like that. All the headaches that come with those. Let's see. Yeah, I think of it as kind of like tailoring, you know. If you have cheap stuff, I would recommend, you know, just have fun with it, you know. But if you've got something that's really nice and, you know, you want it done well, you know, then by all means, send them my way. 1976. 1976 is not very rare. You know, it's kind of one of those typical SA sets. I wouldn't call it very rare. And there's been 2 runs, I think. So definitely not rare at all. Kind of like Pulse almost. KBD 75. Hold tights. The hold tights didn't work on my KBD 75. So I don't know about you. Maybe you soldered them in. Let's see. Standard enough layout. It screws up. Yep. I like standard layouts as well. That's why, you know, I go with 75% keyboard. It's pretty standard for me, so that I can switch between keyboards. I think the most important thing is because I'm switching between keyboards. You see, like, you know, my shelf pedestals, so I'm swapping them all the time. Camping is not that rare right now. I don't think it's okay. The prices have gone down just a little bit after the initial hype. so it's not too crazy. I'm hoping to trade it out for, you know, a nice keyboard sometime after I use it. We'll see. Don't know yet. I don't have a board for it yet. Stream for me too. Gonna try to force myself. Okay. Yeah, if you like 1976, go for it. You should be able to find one. There's a lot of sets out there. Wait, how did you get screwed out of asset camping? Were you camping Keyclack to get camping and you got screwed because it sold out in, I think, half an hour or 20 minutes or something crazy like that? What happened? Building myself only 3 boards at a time. My limit used to be 4, but right now I have 5. I can't figure out. Well, I have 6 technically. My friend's using one of them. I can't figure out which one to get rid of. So soon. I might set EnjoyPBT 75 next. We'll see. Yeah, 1976. Most people hold on to it. Let's see. Yeah, sorry about that, man. That happens. I do wish it would be at a normal time, you know, instead of like 4 p. I think it went live at 4 or 5 p.m. So, you know, people are working and maybe driving home from work and stuff like that. You know, if you just have it in the evening, you know, I think that would be best. I think. Then again, I don't run Keyclack, so I don't know what's going on. Just that if you put it at a more convenient hour, at least everyone will get have a shot at it, you know? People like Bob, nice people like Bob won't be screwed out of it. Alright, most of it looks pretty. Yeah, kind of like Amazon Prime lightning deals, you know. That's probably my favorite part. You know, you add a bunch of stuff to your cart and then, you know, you have 15 minutes. So, you know, 15 minutes to see if you're really gonna check out. I love that. I think it's pretty smart. Okay, I'll just solder the rest of the anchors in. For those of you that just joined me, this is, you know, personal build. Rebuilding my KBD 75. This was my daily driver for the longest time. I think this was the keyboard I used for the longest time in a stretch. Usually, you know, I'll get a new board within like 2 or 3 months and I'll sell the old one. But this one I've been using for quite a while. Although recently I've been swapping to the SC980C and KBD 75. Okay. They're just evenly spaced. You know, nothing crazy. Just make sure that you don't solder in the bigger modifiers first. See, again, anything with gaps, anything that's not held in tightly by 4 sides, you don't want to solder them in yet. We're gonna align them later on. Of course, if you don't care, then, you know, whatever. But, you know, these are all 1U, 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 so these are all held, you know, pretty tightly, so we can solder them in. So we made sure that all these are parallel already. All the ones on the side, the ones in the middle are kind of hard to get right, but if you're, you know, all 4 sides are fine, then, you know, very likely the middle is going to be fine if all 4 sides are fine. So yep, just evenly spaced anchors, nothing special. So when we're done with this, we're going to solder in the rest of the switches. And again, the anchors, you know, when I had them out just now, it really helps hold the plate firm when I'm soldering in the corners, you know, when I'm soldering the sides. So these, that's why, you know, it doesn't really matter actually, but it's mostly just so that it holds the plate nice and firm when you're working on the sides. So that's mainly it. These don't really work as anchors very much. Okay, I think I've got, okay, this one, let's see. Just make sure this one is, alright, there's a little gap. So, melt the solder. Push the switch in. I think we're good. Okay. Alright, looks like we've got all 4 sides nice and flush. We're going to put all the switches in. Nice. Thanks for hanging in there. I know this is a long build. Again, this is why client builds take so much time. It's not a 1 hour job. You know, some people say, oh yeah, just pay me 20 bucks and I'll do it for you. That's because, you know, they take an hour. That's because they don't give a shit about what they're doing. And I've seen their builds and they're awful. I've seen people showing them off at meetups and it's like, you know, what are you doing? You have an expensive keyboard, you have expensive keycaps, why don't you care? So when people think that, you know, oh, I can build a keyboard in 1 hour, it's because, you know, all they're doing is soldering. They're slapping everything together and soldering. Whereas this one, prep work alone takes like, you know, maybe 2 hours or so. And then there's switch alignment that I'll show you later on as well, right at the end. So Bob, are you still there? What 40% keyboard are you building? I think you just said 40, but you didn't tell us which one you're building, right? Is it a plank? I know a lot of people like planks. I personally think the JD45 looks the best. The one with the blockers, one of the wind keyless bottom row, that one looks nice. And that one's available, well, it used to be available on mechanicalkeyboards.com. I don't know if it's still there. But that one, I like that one. It's probably my favorite 40% keyboard that I've seen. Minivan's kind of cool too, I guess, if you're getting the road kit and stuff like that with it. Mac Mini, yeah. Good start, definitely a good start, like you said. You know, especially if it's your first keyboard. Definitely a good start. I'm trying to remember what my first keyboard was. My first build. I'm having a hard time remembering. I just know that my first board, you know, pretty decent, but my first build, pretty decent, but, you know, I didn't have all these tips and tricks nailed down before that. So, you know, I think I found building Nirvana already, so, you know, got most of it nailed down, the process at least, so I can build for others now. And I've spent a lot of time on GeekHack and Distority, obviously, you know, RMK as well. watching 4 or 5 hour long videos in their entirety just to get some good tips and tricks out. And I think someone asked if this was a custom plate. This isn't. This is just a plate for the KBD 75. Just came standard with it. So it's a really heavy, thick steel plate. Okay, so obviously when you're putting switches in, you want to hear the little click sound. Well, I said a little, but it's actually pretty loud. And if the switches aren't going in, don't force it too much. Make sure that all your pins are straight. Yep, so make sure all the pins are straight before you push them in. Minivan too expensive? Yeah, isn't okay. Can someone tell me how much it is? Because I remember when I went to the meetup, people were talking about it, and they said that the minivan, you know, it's up to like $300 if you go with the aluminum, you know, case and all that. You know, it's pretty pricey, and for $300 you can get, you know, pretty good keyboards. You know, bigger keyboards for $300. Then again, I guess it's, you know, it's made in the U.S., so that's why it's more expensive. But yeah, you can get some nice stuff for $300. Whew, $300 for 40%. I don't know. I don't know. If you're all about that 40% life, go for it. But if it's for, you know, just for fun and experimentation, I would not suggest it unless you're just rolling in cash. How's doing it just to try some variety? Yeah, I think that's pretty smart. You know, and if the AMJ40, I think it supports switch stop removal. And you know, as long as you have some nice switch bottoms, as long as the switch bottoms are nice, feel free to swap anything in. Switch bottoms, I definitely recommend Cherry. For me, I think switch housing, Cherry has it just nailed down. Gaterons are too loose. And I think the material is a bit lighter or something, so they are really loud compared to Cherry. Oh yeah, plus the keycaps, the light cycle, I think. Rackovan switches, for me, Cherry MX Browns all the way. I know people on RNK like to shit on it, but it's a fairly recent thing, I assure you. It's only because, you know, it was the most popular switch, and so everyone started circle jerking against it. And so, take their opinions with a grain of salt. If you like MX Browns, no harm. Of course, there are bad MX Browns. There are. I've had some that were really bad. Like the one on my KBD 75 right now, it's pretty bad. But the new ones are pretty damn good. That's why you see me using the new RGB Browns. Even though, you know, this board doesn't support RGB. And you will see, I've stocked up. Just all RGB Browns. All my boards over there, except for the Topre board, RGB Browns. I got a nice wood keyboard in, the wood case keyboard, the one you saw just now, came with lubed Gateron clears and all that. Swapped them out. Even though they're lubed, they're just way too noisy. Gateron keycaps make too much noise. Alright, time for soldering. Let's go. Oh, looks like we bent one of the pins. I'm going to remove this switch. Which one is it? This one. Oh. Okay, see. See how it's bent? That looks painful. So we're gonna carefully ride them back straight in the straight and narrow path. Yeah, see, almost everyone starts with MX Browns. So I think, you know, that's why RMK likes to shit on it. Mostly because, you know, it's what most people start with. You know? And so to them, you know, they feel like, oh, you know, that's like the noob switch. That's like the amateur switch. So they gotta find ways to make themselves feel better. You know? So they find a different switch. And they just talk about how bad MX Browns are, even though they used to enjoy them. Oh. It's like another switch with the pins bent. Oh man, MX with silence is pretty cool. I think you might have liked it. Yeah, just to mix it up. I mean, I switched it up for, you know, quite a while, and you know, I tried a bunch of stuff. So I Topre, I, you know, Clicky and all that. But after you've used a bunch, you kind of figure out what you like, and so you just go back to that. So I've pretty much figured out what I like. I dabbled with Gateron switches for a while as well, when they were all the hype, you know. I jumped aboard the hype train, but then didn't really like it. The housing design and the stems just too loose and too light, and so just too much noise in the switch action. You know, you hear kind of the spring, you just hear a little bit of everything. Just everything just seems to be amplified. And I wish I had kept the looped Gateron clear boards just to show off the sound difference. The difference is insane. Just how much louder the Gateron board is, even with the lube and all that jazz. Mod switches. These are mod H's. I personally have not owned a board with them, but I've used them at meetups and stuff like that. They're alright, I guess. I don't own one enough, but again, people were talking about how, you know, at least batch 1 had problems with consistency. And so when I heard that, I just canceled my order. Because for me, you know, most people I find have lubed switches, and I'm already not okay with lube switches because I don't think they're consistent enough. So if they think that mod switches are not consistent enough for them, I would not like them for sure. And so, you know, I'm just gonna wait it out. I'm sure they'll do something to improve the process. I don't know. We'll see. And I tried it at meetups, you know. They're okay, I guess, kind of like Zilio. So if you like that, then sure, I think you'll like them. But I just don't like the tactile bump being too big. I know a lot of people like that. I'm not a big fan. We'll see. We'll see if I find a switch that I like more. Switch tester. I have a switch tester. Nice, Ducky Shine 5. That's a nice board, man. I don't have a preferred shop. I constantly shop around. I mean, if you ask me which one I personally prefer, I kind of have a soft spot for Originative, just cause, you know, I've shopped with them for a long time, and they've never failed me personally. I know some people have problems with them. I like the products they introduce. You know, they've been in the game for a long time, and so they have products that I like. So I generally like them. Although I will say that out of all the shops, I think they seem to have the highest profit margins. All the major shops, but again, rightfully so. You know, they've been in the game for a long time. In general, though, I think mechanicalkeyboards.com probably has the most solid shopping experience for me. They are absolutely awesome. So, you know, unless you're buying specific parts and all that, if you just want keyboards, just go shop on mechanicalkeyboards.com. I love them. Never failed me. When I had a board that was kind of warped, sent them a picture. I sent my keyboard in, and you know, they shipped one back. They cross-shipped, and you know, sent one back to me even before mine arrived at their warehouse. And so they are really nice. Fast shipping as well. Everything ships within 24 hours. Keyclack's kind of new. I haven't had any issues with them yet. I don't think I got issues with any one in particular, I don't think. And the nice part is that most of them now stock some of the more genuine, authentic stuff. So, you know, it's not like back then where, you know, places like Sandtrack and SwitchTop might have those Chinese imitations for the stabilizers and other stuff. So, you know, you had to kind of be careful and you kind of had to know what you're getting into. But now that, you know, everyone's accepted that genuine's the way to go and most stores have them, you know, just shop around. Whatever has the best prices and stuff, go for it. I think out of all the stores, okay, so I said that, you know, most stores have genuine stabilizers now, genuine cherry stabilizers. The only one that I would be careful with still when it comes to stabilizers would be One Up Keyboards. I've mentioned this a few times, but they're still the last major online store to make the switch over to genuine cherry. So just know that if you buy any keyboard kits from them, you know, make sure to get some genuine cherry stabilizers to go with it. Unless, of course, you know, you're buying Zeal stuff. Oh, you're worried that it'd be too light? I mean, you could have always gone for MX Ridge Silence and then, you know, swap the springs out for something a bit heavier. I think, you know, that would have been fun for you to try out. Yeah, the thing about if you have switch top removal and if it's a feature you want to take advantage of, I would suggest, you know, making sure that your switch housings are good. And so far from the ones I've tried, you know, Otemu, Getaron, you know, all these things, Zilios, Mod, for me, the best housings are still made by Cherry. So get those, and so you at least know that you have a good base to work with. And then, you know, you mess around with springs and stems and all that. You can go crazy with that. Just make sure that the housings themselves are good. Yeah, I had a board with MX Blacks. They feel nice on the switch tester, but typing, I didn't like it very much. It's too heavy for me. It's a little too heavy. If they were like 5-10 grams lighter, that would have been awesome. And linears are just weird. I just can't do linears. Yeah, mechanicalkeyboards.com. Nice place. I would say if you're afraid of bottoming out, nah, I mean, bottoming out isn't even that big of a problem. And honestly, I don't know if linears will really help that much. I know for me, linears, I bottom out a lot in linears because, you know, you don't know, there's no tactile point for you to stop. So it's really easy for your fingers to just go whoops and just hit rock bottom. And so, but with switches like, you know, clears and MX browns, you know, anything that's heavy enough for you not to just bottom out, any tactile switch, you know, I found usually those are the best for me to not bottom out when typing. Linears just, I don't know, my fingers just don't like them. My fingers just keep trying to search for a tactile point, a point to stop, and so they just completely just whack the keys in. So usually, you know, my fingers will hurt after using linear boards. But again, everyone has different typing preferences and styles, so it all depends. At the end of the day, try one out and see how it works for you. And for example, for me, people say Topra is, you know, some people say that it's too heavy for them, even though they find MX Browns too light. But I found that my typing style, you know, Browns are a little light, but, you know, okay for me, but Topra is just way too light for me. When I just start typing fast, I just end up tripping over myself. Well, my fingers trip over themselves. Oh no! Another switch of bent pins. Metallic case for a B-face PCB base keyboard and HHKB layout. Okay, Death Saints. I mean, you're gonna hate yourself, but you just missed a very good HHKB, you know, custom aluminum kit. It's the, if you look up on GeekHack, maybe someone can help me out. Go on GeekHack and look up the Revo HHKB. I can't remember what they're calling it. RJ HHKB, Revo RJ. You see Raymond Jr. or something like that. If someone can find a link, maybe I can find it if no one links it, but look for that one. Because the nice thing about that HHKB case is that it supports, you know, any standard 60% PCB, unlike, say, the Duck Viper and other HHKB cases. Because most HHKB custom aluminum cases have a what do they call it? Have a top-mounted keyboard, and so, you know, the plates are usually special and proprietary. But the Revo HHKB or the HHKB RJ or something like that is tray-mounted, so any standard 60% PCB will fit. Oh, you found it? Did you link it? Okay, someone linked it. Nice. Yeah, it's not just the aluminum. Oh wait, did I remove the wrong switch? No, that's right. The nice thing is the anodizing for that case is done by the same factory that anodizes MacBook Pros, which is why it's more expensive than your standard 60%, you know, custom case or kit or whatever. So that's, I think the guy said, you know, like that's probably, you know, the most expensive part, just the anodizing part, you know, they went all out. So that's probably my favorite custom HHKB, MX HHKB. Okay, now we're gonna check to see if all the pins are soldered in. So of course we've got the bigger keys that we're gonna do later on. We're almost there. Thanks for sticking around, those who joined me since the start. This build is taking a while. Now almost 3 hours in. Okay, check and see if everything's in. Most of them are in. Just the bottom row and all that jazz. Yeah, the slope is pretty crazy, but I think the slope actually is only 8 degrees. I think, if okay, I might be wrong, but I remember reading and looking into it, and the HHKB, the RJ has an 8-degree slope instead of 11. 8 is still fine, and it's not as bad, especially because, you know, it's only a 60% keyboard, so, you know, it's, your fingers won't be reaching that high up. So that one's only 8 degrees or 7 or something like that. That's not bad. Yeah, 8, okay. Yeah, but 11 is just when I start having issues. That's just a bit too much for me. I know 3 degrees is not much, but I mean, you can feel it. And again, one thing you can do is, if 8 degrees is too much, something that I've done on previous boards is, you know, for the front feet, you put slightly thicker rubber feet on the front. Just slightly thicker, maybe, you know, like 2 millimeters or 3 millimeters thicker. So that way, you know, especially if it's not noticeable, your case, you know, at least arches back just a little bit off the table so that it's not as aggressive. Okay. What do I need? I need keycaps. So I'm going to do switch alignment. I'm going to be using Modern Beige, Japanese Black on Black from Originative to align these switches. These problem switches, as I like to call it, or problem keys. Hopefully the VOD will be up. Hopefully I remember to switch on the setting this time. So, because I think we just need a one-stop shop for some build tips, you know. Like, we have videos scattered everywhere with different stuff everywhere. So hopefully this, and maybe I'll have a more concise video someday to just get everything in one spot in one video. That'll be nice. Yeah, the ZZ96 is just really just 11 degrees. If I get that, I probably won't be using it much. I'll just be putting it on a shelf or something like that. I don't know. But it's sold out already. I mean, the Kira 96 though. That one's something. Did anyone here get the ZZ96 round 3? The price is pretty good, $300. Worth it for sure. And Lunar's Dream is probably my favorite group buy runner. That guy is awesome. In fact, I bought my EnjoyPBT 75. This keyboard, I bought it from him. From the guy who runs the ZZ96 group buy. Wait, high profile? High profile doesn't mean the angle though. So, you know, you could have a flat keyboard but with high profile case. Or do you mean that your wrist rests on the bezel of the board itself and it's too much pressure on your wrist? Is that what you mean? Because, yeah, we're not talking high angle or high slope. We're talking high profile. So, you know, just the wall, the bezel around your keyboard. Yeah, I had the ZZ96 round 3 listings saved on Reddit actually. You know, I saved it thinking, alright, I'm gonna think about it and I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna look at it closely and I'm maybe gonna buy it. And then by the time I went back, you know, it was locked already and it's closed. What a shame. Guess I'll save some money to buy some other keyboards. Resting on the bezel or this and that's the height. Okay. High profile doesn't change anything though, because high profile again is just, you know, high profile just refers to, you know, the walls. So this key, for example, this case sits pretty low against the table. It's just that the walls are kind of tall, whereas the EnjoyPBT 75 case is probably the tallest that I've owned. Okay, so the angle isn't insane, and you know it's high profile, but just look at how thick the front is. So you know this one does it does make it slightly uncomfortable. So you know you're gonna have to make sure you hover when you're typing on it. Yeah, I can show you the difference between the EnjoyPBT 75 case compared to the difference between that one with the KB 75 case, and you can see for yourself. The angles are kind of the same, but one is just way taller than the other. Okay, I have to decide what kind of bottom row I want with this keyboard. Do I want 3 keys or do I just want 2? Can't decide. Foam at the bottom of the case. Oh, did you mean the rubber feet? Oh, you mean the shelf liner. This stuff. Well, I'm sure it helps a little bit, but you know, this case is already thick and heavy enough that I don't have problems with reverberation and ping and all that. So it's just kind of for fun mostly. Doesn't really change that much. Okay. And don't worry about the questions. The whole point of doing a live stream is so that, you know, I can answer questions live. Compared to say a YouTube video, because that would be way easier for me, but I won't get to interact with you guys live. Okay, I don't know how I feel about this stabilizer wire. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to Try another wire. This one seems to be sort of warped. I don't know. It's giving me problems with my PBT keycap set. Where did it go? Okay. So the 7U, that's not gonna be. Okay, we're gonna try another wire. No problem at all, Death Saints. Are you building a keyboard soon, or have you built one already? Thankfully, my spacebar switch has not been soldered in, so that means I don't have to desolder it. I knew this wire was a bit problematic. Alright, let's try another one. Oh yeah. Yep, I definitely value stabilizers a lot. To me, I think stabilizers really make a board. You know? They kind of like, I guess kind of like the suspension of a car. I don't even know. But, you know, you could have the nicest keyboard. You know, the most expensive keyboard you can find. You know. You can have the most insanely lubed switches. And the most expensive combo you can get for switches. But if your stabilizers feel like crap, you know, when you're typing on it, it just feels like crap. That's just it. Because you're going to be using the stabilized keys, you know, basically between every word, or every time you need to capitalize, reduce punctuation. Let's see. So yeah, a lot of work needs to go into these stabilizers. Make sure that they're fine. I wish I could just use, you know, like an HHKB style backspace, smaller backspace. Problem is I'm used to the bigger backspace. Because
Otherwise, it would be one less stabilizer to worry about. That would be nice. Oh yeah, don't do this at home, kids. Most of the time it's impossible to do this, but we'll try my luck. I should have tested the spacebar a little bit more before I did this, but alas. And this plate has enough room for me to do this. Most plates won't. So yeah, don't take a risk like I did. Oh crap. Gosh. Well, sorry about that, guys. This is very difficult. So yeah, next, so don't learn from me. Make sure you test it completely with, you know, not just a one keycap set. Try to have, you know, at least two kinds. If you only have one, that's fine. But try it out with some others, and then before soldering everything in. I figured I didn't need to do as much testing just because I didn't want to make this into a 5-hour video, but now it is becoming one. There we go. Oh yeah. Had to really focus. This is one of the great escapes that go down in mechanical keyboard history. Escaped having to resolder the whole thing. It's pretty big. It's a pretty big escape if you ask me. Alright, let's hope it wasn't a problem with the plate or anything like that. Alright. Look at that. Look at that. It works. Okay, just again. This won't work on most keyboards. And it's gonna take you a long time to fix it. Okay, now let's try. Oh, whoops, I didn't put a switch on. 1 second. What am I doing? Haha! See? I knew there was a problem with that wire. Whoops, forgot I moved the camera. See? It goes down all the way. It comes back up. It goes back up all the way. The other one just kind of stopped short. Where is that wire? Okay. What I'm gonna do is I am going to tape over it. Alright, we've got tape over it. This thing is going to be sitting in a corner. Alright. You're bad boy. You're going over there. Oh no, I changed the wire out. I didn't just put more loop, I switched the whole wire out. Because I think this one is slightly warped or something. Something's wrong with this wire. Yep. So I labeled it so that I won't repeat the mistake again in the future. Yep, that one's sitting there. Yeah. Saved. Okay, sorry about that, guys. It took a while, but you guys are here to witness it. Okay, now the big question: do we want 1.5U, 1.5U, or do we want 3.1Us? What do I use? Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of stabilizers, so you know it's not as painful for me. But now I have to buy another wire. Okay, let me look up real quick. I'm looking up optical. Okay, I think I like 1.5 more. I'm gonna stick with that. So. What you're gonna do is, you know, see, there's so many pins and pinholes, just so many holes everywhere. I don't really know where the switches are gonna go here. I mean, I kinda do, but for the sake of the video, I don't. So, I'm gonna use the right size of the keycaps. Let's see, right sizes. Okay. So these are the two sizes I'm gonna use. And then I'm going to see where they fit. This one goes here. There we go. And this one goes here. Okay, so now we know. You just hear that? No rattle. You don't hear any metal. You hear just the bottoming out of the keycap. Just the keycap hitting and the stems hitting the switch housings and stuff like that. Again, no rattle. I think the backspace is probably the most important. So that when you're spamming that shit, it doesn't rattle, it doesn't piss you off. Okay, so this is switch alignment. We've moved into switch alignment. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put some keycaps on some of the problem areas, so anywhere the gaps, and we're gonna use keycaps to align the switches before we solder them in. And again, and you know, one important thing about this step, I'm afraid that a lot of people might not be able to do, is you want to use good keycaps. You want to use quality keycaps that are straight, that are for sure straight, to be able to do this. And so, you know, some of the rounded keycaps, okay, you can't do this with DSA, you cannot do this with SA, because the keycaps are kind of warped. The walls, you know, have warping. They're not even straight. I know DSA, PBT DSA is especially a problem. So, you know, you might have that problem. But GMK basically has no problems with that, especially because it's ABS. So, you know, the plastic doesn't shrink after when it's cooling and stuff like that. We're almost there, guys. We're almost done. It's the last step, pretty much. And I do like this navy blue on Penumbra. This navy blue is really nice. I still don't know what I feel about how I feel about the yellows. Maybe I'll come around to it, but they're not bad. Now, one thing I do hate about what they've done in Penumbra, check this out. Okay, so I know a lot of people complain about how there's an icon for caps lock instead of text. It refuses to focus. Okay, see? I know a lot of people complain about this. There's an icon when everything has text. Okay, the stupidest thing in my opinion. Okay, so left shift is text and icon, right? Just standard. The shorter shift is just the icon. See, so standard shift and the shorter shifts just icons. I just don't get it. I don't understand the rationale behind it, because it's not like GMK doesn't do text on 1.75. They do, you know, on my Honeywell, you know. Just look at that. See? What is this nonsense? Why? Why did you have to get rid of the text? Maybe I just don't know what's going on. But someone tell me why they did that. I just don't get it. So stupid. And of course, you know, to capitalize the bottom row. That I don't get it. That one, you know, that one is an intentional design decision. So fine, whatever. But the icon on the short shift, just why? See, so now it looks so lopsided. You got text here. No text here. What were they thinking? Well, I mean, the yellow is kind of an acquired taste. I'm sure, you know, after a while, I'll like it. I've liked most keycap sets I've owned. I mean, most GMK, nice keycap sets. Okay, difference between ABS and PBT, real quick. There's a lot of information on this one, so, you know, I probably won't be able to give you everything you need to know about it. So, PBT is a denser plastic. It has a drier feel. ABS is what they use for Legos, because it's durable. PBT is very brittle, but PBT doesn't shine as fast. ABS, the problem with ABS is that it shines really fast. And some people say, oh, but GMK doesn't shine as fast. That's bullshit. It shines just as fast as most cheap ABS sets. You know, I found that it's mostly because, you know, we're more careful with GMK sets. That's why they don't shine as fast, but they still do. You know, I've got some sets that have shine on them already. And that's why, you know, for my daily drivers, you see me using PBT keycaps instead. And I would say, so other than, you know, the shine factor and all that, PBT has some limitations. It's super hard to do double shot PBT because of how it shrinks when it's cooling. So that's why you don't see it very often at all. And let's see, where do I have a key? Nope. So for most PBT sets, what you do is instead of double shot, you use die subbing, because the PBT can absorb the die, whereas ABS can't do that because PBT has a higher melting point. And that's one of the things, is because it has a high melting point, and so, you know, you can do DIY dyeing, whereas ABS you can't, because it's just gonna melt when you're in the dyeing process. But so in terms of feel, you will see that a lot of people who've been in mechanical keyboards for a long time, people Distorty, Geek Hack, they will still tell you, you know, people like Xmit, people like what's his face? Hata or Hata, whatever, however you call him. You know, they will still say that PBT just feels better, and you know, it's just a better material. You know, I agree with them too. I have a lot of GMK ABS, and they are the best ABS sets out there. But I still prefer PBT. The problem with PBT though is that PBT space-bars, so for larger keys, there's huge chances of warping. So like this spacebar is probably problematic. For 7U spacebars, the 7-unit ones, the slightly longer spacebars, every single chair profile PBT set I've owned has come with warped 7U spacebars. So you know, if I have any keyboards that needs the longer spacebar, let's grab another one keyboard that you haven't seen, like this one. Okay. So I love this 60% keyboard, but because, and you know, this is my preferred layout for 60% keyboards. See the bottom row? Okay, because it's symmetrical and all that, but it has a longer spacebar, and so I cannot use any of my chair profile PBT sets because the spacebars are just warped beyond use. I wish I had. You know, I wish PBT sets would come with ABS spacebars just to be safe. And I've tried the hair drying method. I've tried, you know, a bunch of fixes, but still can't get it done. And so, other than the feeling, other than material, the material affects the sound as well. I found chair profile, PBT just sounds quieter than ABS in pretty much every, basically all else equal, PBT will sound quieter. It has a more muted sound, mostly because, you know, it's a denser material. And so, you know, the difference between, say, chair profile PBT and GMK PBT, so chair profile ABS, the sound difference is very noticeable. Especially on the spacebar. So if you want a nice clack, you know, if you're into clacking, then get, you know, a nice thick ABS set that'll give you a nice clack. If you want, you know, deep thugs, you know, you want it kind of silent, you want it kind of quiet, then you go with cherry profile PBT. I hope that kind of answers your question. I tried. So I need another cap over there. Okay, so that was the PCB is a a B fake or a C mid or a C face, basically the PS2 AVRGB PCB for 60%. So they're pretty cheap. You can find them on AliExpress or from KVD fans for I think 30 to 40 bucks. And it's pretty nice. It's got, you know, RGB underglow and all that. The case is also from AliExpress. I also bought it from KBD fans. It is a high profile, just kind of a generic. There's no name for it. Okay, see? So, look at just how thick it is. And then see, it's high profile so you don't see any of the switches. I like that. And so, you know, back then, this thing would cost $90, you know. But they've now started to mass produce it, and they're selling it for cheap. You know, you can pick one up for $65 or something crazy like that. And you can get $65 shipped. That's insane value. And it's pretty heavy too. And you can opt for a weight too. Look at that. So it's a stainless steel weight, I think. Look at that. That is awesome. So this thing is another 10 bucks. So you know, you pay maybe $75 or $76 or something like that shipped for the whole case. And so for 60% boards, if you're on a budget, get this case. This is amazing value. And I mean, I've been using that case for a long time too. It's only now that it became really popular because of how cheap it is. I used it back, you know, I bought one for $80, $90. I bought a black one a long time ago. And you know, I should have waited because they are super cheap now. Okay, back to the build, and no problem for the answer. Back to the build. Okay, so we've got, you know, just folded post-it notes that I use. So, you know, this way they're kind of thick, but they're also kind of springy. So, you know, they grip really well between the keycaps. If you find any better materials, let me know. Or if you find a nice thickness, you know, things that fit perfectly, let me know. But I found these to work very well for me. And so, you know, this type obviously only works with keycaps that are very straight walls and edges. So, you know, I'm afraid GMK basically is the only one that has consistent edges on all their keycaps. Stems are straight, everything is straight. It's basically only GMK that I've experienced. You know, even some PBT sets, even then they have, you know, some inconsistency problems just because of, you know, warping and shrinking and all that. So you want to use GMK cherry profile, you know, ABS, whatever, blah blah. Nice, thick, straight, so that, you know, you can align all the switches using this. Okay, so we've got that aligned. Now we are going to solder these switches in. And of course, you know, if you notice, you know, I put some extra keycaps on the side just to make sure that the one that I'm trying to solder is straight. So they're kind of there just to support, just to keep the target in check, I guess. If that makes sense. Okay, so which key was that? Was that the backspace? Yes, that was the backspace. Okay, so I got the backspace done. Now to move on to the enter key. I need to fold more of these. I'm running out. I keep losing them, I think. Okay, see, so this is for the enter key. See that? So, you know, the keycaps are holding the folded post-it notes nice and firm. So this way, the enter key is nice and straight, parallel to the top and the bottom. So again, if you're having me build your keyboard, this is all standard procedure. This is all included in the assembly. So you will have a very meticulously assembled keyboard if you get it through me. But this is not a one size fits all 20 bucks per build type of deal. It's serious business. Okay, so now we're working on these two keys. Okay, and so back to about the PCB, make sure you get the one with south. Okay, so in the description, there's going to be 3 types. There's going to be a white one, there's going to be 2 black ones. You want the one that says south side or southward or south piece LEDs. That's the one you want. because that's the one that mounts the switches on in a normal orientation, so that you can use any kind of keycap set you want with silencios, with whatever. That's the one that you will get the most compatibility out of. The only problem, of course, is shine through keycaps, because the LEDs are on the bottom of the switch. But if you're building a nice keyboard, you most likely won't be using those keycaps, because those are usually pretty cheap keycaps. Oh man, we picked up again. We went from 5 viewers to 10 viewers. This is crazy. It's getting late too. Maybe it's people waking up or something. I don't know. Usually the spacebar doesn't need alignment, but we're gonna do it just because we're already at it. Because the spacebar is such a long key. It's got stabilizers. Most of the time it's gonna be aligned just because of how long it is. But just to be safe. Oh, that's not going to work. So Bob, when you get a 60% keyboard, are you going to think about that case? When you put a 60% keyboard together? That is a nice case. And for the people that just joined, are any of you building keyboards very soon? Is that why you're watching, or are you guys just, hanging out? That's what I do, I watch people build the keyboards even though, I've already built a bunch, but it's always fun to just hang out. Alright, see you, God. Have a good night. No problem, no problem. If you have any questions, PM me, shoot me an email, just, shoot me a PM and I'll try to help you out. Ah, yeah. The Vermilla 68 is nice though. Is that the aluminum one? Did you get the one that's with an aluminum case, or do all of them have an aluminum case? I think you guys should be able to see my username again, if you have anything you need to ask, just PM me over there. Just add a /u in front of it. That's or u/u/u/ that's me on Reddit. Same name on Instagram, YouTube, Twitch. Just follow me or anything like that. Find ways to contact me, whatever you want to do. I don't have a lot of money for you to steal, so you know I'm not. So don't look up my address or anything like that. You're gonna be disappointed. I do have some nice keyboards you could steal, but that's about it. And some nice keycaps. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna do a quick check of all. Soldering. Looks like I soldered everything in. Okay. Pretty much done. We're gonna put it in the case. I guess I could test it out first before I put it in the case. A special edition magnesium case. Yeah. Yep. My money is all in keycaps, in keycap form. Okay, titanium gray. Ooh, man, the titanium gray. Do you have a picture of it somewhere or something? I love that titanium gray case. That is amazing. I wish I had a use for that keyboard because I remember when it first showed up, I just loved the finish on it. The color is just, oh, such a nice gray. Most grays are not as nice because most keyboards, they go with like, okay, see, like, this is, you know, I like this keyboard and I like this case, but I don't like the gray. It's kind of a cool, kind of a bluish kind of gray. You know, not a big fan. But I think my favorite gray so far has got to be the one that came with my Rig Scarf 78. That one, ooh, that one just looks amazing. Okay. Should we run a quick test of the board before I put it on the case? Yes, we should. Okay, let me add a screen capture so you can see what I'm doing. Just give me 1 second. Okay, let's see. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to use my browser instead. Okay, so keyboard tester. Oh God, why is there an ad on it? Okay, well, don't really know how to do that right now, but anyway, I'll send you the links real quick. I'm putting it in chat right now. This is probably the easiest way to do it. And this one is even better. This one, okay, switch header also detects key chatter. Okay, so that one's just better, but if you want it fast, just go ahead and use keyboardtester.com. And so real quick, I'm gonna plug my keyboard in, I'm gonna test it out. Just to be safe before I put it back in the case, because there's a lot of screws. Okay. I hope those links help. And so, you're gonna hear it. Okay, so it's plugged in. Alright, you hear that. Nice. Okay, and my keyboard's set up. Okay. And so, oh, what? Oh, whoops. Oh, is there just not a... Oh, you can see the RGB. It's pretty crazy. Try another port. Okay, there we go. I think we got to plug in my keyboard after I open that thing. Okay. There we go. All right. So we have key chat. We have I'm using keyboard tester so that you guys can hear it, because I think switch hitter doesn't have sound feedback, auditory feedback. Okay, we're gonna test all the keys real quick. As long as each one registers something, and you know it's not activating a whole row or a whole column, you should be good. You guys hear that? And so they have another option as well. So instead of a click, there's none, and there's Josh. What is Josh? As the name suggests. Alright, that's a function key. Alright. We've got one Josh for each key, so I think it means we're good. We can put it back in the case. Now, need to unscrew all these screws here first. So again, for those that just joined recently, this is the case. So we're going to be putting it back in. This is an EnjoyPBT 75. Okay. nice and chunky. We shall weigh it at the end. Weigh the keyboard. Okay, now I have to unscrew the screws on it. Yeah, Bob, I like Vermillo's gray a lot more. If it's warmer, actually, warmer means gunmetal. So it's kind of funny. You know, the Vermillo, it says titanium gray, but it's more of a gunmetal, whereas this one is more of a titanium gray. It's kind of a bluish, kind of cool, kind of gray. I'm not really into that. I like gunmetal. It's probably my favorite. Kind of a nice, dark, warm gray. Oh. And yeah, it's got nice anodization, it's got a nice finish on it, so it sparkles. It's stunning. This looks great. I haven't seen one in person though, so I'm sure it looks even better in the flesh. I've only ever seen pictures and videos. Yep, I put shelf liner just, I think I explained it just now, but it was only kind of a quick explanation. But so see how it has a lot of space. So in plastic keyboards, this really helps, or if you have just a very thin aluminum keyboard case, that helps too. This one, you know, it's thick enough, it's hefty enough that I actually don't need the shelf liner, and I found the shelf liner doesn't even really help much. But I mean, I might as well. I bought some already, you know. I got some from Walmart thinking it'll help. So I mean, I've already bought it, might as well, you know. And oh, and actually very important, it's mostly to also to block the stupid RGB underglow as well, because it shows up pretty lame on the case. It only shows the outline, so I don't want that. So yep, doesn't really help much. I think if you get actual sound dampening material, you know, like the thick neoprene or whatever foam, that'll probably help quite a bit actually. But this one, nah, not really. Some people will tell you that, oh, it does a great job. It's okay. Just again, don't fall for the hype. That's the problem with hobbies. It's a lot of placebo, a lot of snake oil. Wait, where did I move that key? Okay, I'm trying to remember where the screw points are. No, there's one here. Oops. There's one here. Oh, there's one under the space bar. That's so annoying. Still one here as well, yeah. I think that's the nice thing about 60% cases. Most of them, you know, only have, I think, is it 5 or 6 screw points? And you really only need 3 on that one. So that's awesome. Whereas something as, I mean, this one doesn't, honestly doesn't need as many screws as it does. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This thing has 11 screw points, mounting points. Completely overkill. But I guess, you know, if you're trying to hold your keyboard using the keycaps, then or buy the switches, then sure, you're gonna need 11 screws. Other than that, nah, not necessary at all. Matching a contrasting plate case and plate coloring case, I like that. You know, if you contrast it, I think it makes for a really good look. Like for example, if you're getting a GMK terminal set, and you know you're going for that black and green, I think it's nice to have, or there's a gray and green, because it's not actually black. I think a black case will make terminal actually look kind of bad, because terminal is a very dark gray instead of black, a lot of black. And so what's gonna happen is, you know, it's gonna make your keycaps really stand out as, you know, kind of an almost black. But anyway, I digress. If you have GMK terminal, you know, get a nice gray case like this one, and then get a black, I mean not black, a green anodized plate. Ooh, that would look so good behind the keycaps. You know, that would look amazing. Yeah, it shows between the keycaps, so you actually do see it, the color. So you know, it's one of the reasons why I don't like some keyboards that I've seen that I used to want to buy. They had a really red plate, so I didn't buy it because you know red's not my kind of thing, and it kind of limits what keycaps you can use with it. But yeah, but if you have a plate that's nice, go for it. Like a brass plate, you know, that's pretty nice. Or you know, bronze finish. I think that would look amazing. Okay, now to screw this thing in, one good tip, especially for cases like this, where okay, the problem with this case is that it is incredibly tight. Okay, so there's not a lot of gaps on the four edges. So if you screw it in kind of slanted at an angle, your keycaps are gonna catch on the corners of the case on the other side. Okay, so I have to make sure that all four keys hit just fine and don't scratch against the case, or don't even just you know get caught on the case before I screw everything in. So I need to make sure that the plate is completely centered. Because I've seen Man of Interest, when he reviewed the KBD75, he gave it, you know, he said that one of the big problems was that, you know, yeah, you know, the keycaps don't even, you know, they catch on the case, you know, that's just bad. And it's not. It's because he didn't align his plate properly before he put it in the case. And I watched him build it, you know. He just put it there and he just screwed everything in. And then when his escape key, you know, was catching on the case, it's just like, oh, that's bad manufacturing. You know, just again, if you're careful every step of the way, it really helps. Because yeah, because there's a big problem with chair profile sets just because of how wide they are at the bottoms. So yeah, this case is pretty nice. It is pretty nice. Okay, and I don't think any of them are catching right now. They're all spaced out nice and evenly. I'm gonna put some in the middle just to be safe. Okay. Yep, so I've got the case and the plate centered, and now we can just screw the rest of it in and we can put keycaps on it. I think I'm just gonna put penumbra on it since I'm already on the way done. Oh, should I use Sky Doge on it? Really can't decide. Who was the one hating on penumbra just now? Was it you, Bob? Because if it's you, I'm gonna use Sky Doge on it. Okay, well, I'm gonna use penumbra on it first then. I'm gonna take some pictures of it and then probably put Sky Doge on it later on. We'll see. We shall see. Oh, right, I have to remove all of the keycaps. Oh my god. Yeah. I do like the navy. Usually, you know, I'm not a big fan of navy blue. To me, navy is like, you know, it's like the black or the dark gray that almost was. You know, should have just gone all the way and made it gray or black. But this navy blue is pretty nice. And I mean, the colored mods look kind of, I guess they look kind of weird in pictures. But honestly, in person, they don't look half bad. You know, in pictures, it looks really vibrant, and I know people are complaining, saying that, oh, you know, it's not in the true spirit of SA Penumbra. It's not muted enough. In person, they really don't look so bad. I think it's just in the pictures. Like, it goes really well with the navy blue. Oh no. Oh my god, I really hate this so much. Just trying to put the screws in, and because my screwdriver is not magnetic, so the screws just fall to the side and just get trapped somewhere. It's so annoying. So I have to be really fast to make sure that they don't just slip. Here we go. Just you, man. Just you and me. And, well, and 2 other people. There's 4 viewers. Well, I think maybe one of them is me. I don't even know. Well, hopefully the VOD will be helpful for other people. Okay, now here's the dumb part. So everything's fine now. I'm putting silencios on it. So that means I can't even put the keycaps on it yet. Have you heard of silencios, Bob? Oh gosh. Oh no, not Zilios, Silencios. So Zilios are the switches. Silencios are silencing clips. They serve the same function as O-rings, but are way better. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Zilios as well. I think they're overhyped. If you like it, you know, that's fine. You know, everyone has preferences, but it's not the be-all, end-all. And I'm sure it never was supposed to be. I think that they would work better in cherry housings. I'm not a fan of those housings. And I honestly don't like building with silencios as well. Desoldering silencios is awful. Because of the low melting point of the switch housings, there's a very high chance you're gonna melt parts of the switch bottoms. And it's why round 1 had a lot of key chatter issues, because people were melting the switch bottoms. And so it was affecting the gold leaf and stuff like that. So people had a key chatter, people had just lots of problems with round 1. They look nice though. They're probably the nicest looking switches out there. Oh, you got the silencios too? Nice, nice. Yeah. Did you get it from Zeal or did you get it from AliExpress? Because I found that, or I say AliExpress, but I mean KBD fans on AliExpress. I found that actually if you're not gonna order a lot from Zeal or whatever, it might actually be cheaper to just buy from AliExpress. Because they have free shipping instead of $50. I mean $15, not 50. But you know, if you're already gonna order Zilios and maybe some lube or maybe some Zeal stabs, then, you know, by all means, just go ahead and tack that onto your order too. Nice. You said you're gonna try, you know, some linears to not bottom out as much, right? I think you will like the Silencios because I found that they really help me bottom out less, or they've helped me not care as much about bottoming out because they kind of cushion the bottom out, so it's not as jarring on my fingers on the joints. It's got a nice cushioning feel, and they really make everything sound better. Listen, quieter if that's what you're going for. But if you like loud clacking, then they're not for you. Yeah, they cushion really well. And so I have Silencios on pretty much all my boards. And it's the reason why I rebuilt this in the first place. This is my second rebuild. The first time I rebuilt it, I got this PCB because this one has south-facing LEDs. And so, it, you know, Silencios can fit just fine with cherry profile keycaps. And so I rebuilt it just for that reason. What keycaps are you going to be using it with? What Silencios, I mean? Do you know yet? Do you have an idea? Because on SA keycaps, they don't help as much. So what are you using? I think that'll really determine how functional they'll be for you. This keycap puller was with my Poker 2. It's the same one that comes with the Poker 2. It's from KBC. You can buy it, well, I don't know if they still have it, but on Geek Keys. They had this, and I bought it when they were having these on clearance. So I think I got maybe 2 of them for $3 or something like that. And they are really nice. I mean, they're not, you know, like super tough and all that. You know, it's not crazy build quality. It's not like it's steel and solid plastic. It's kind of light and all that. So I guess, you know, I don't mind if I lose it. And I've given some away to friends and stuff like that and family. But what I like is that the wire is not as stiff, because I've used some of the better ones. And the problem is that the wires are way too stiff, and so, you know, it makes it really tough to pull keycaps. And a lot of the better ones have shorter wires, and so you can only remove maybe 3 cherry profile keycaps or something like that. This one, I can remove up to 5 cherry profile keycaps. So, you know, that's really nice. So, you know, you remove multiple ones, and so I like it. It works for me. Don't use the plastic ones though, those are bad. The Varmilla one, I don't remember seeing it. Maybe do you have a link to a picture of it somewhere that you can link me? Instead of me, you know, looking it up. I'll have to see, because I actually quite like collecting keycap pullers. Yeah, space bar, that's always been kind of a bitch. Yeah, you have to use your fingers. It really sucks. So for those that aren't in the know, these are Silencios. These, think of them as kind of like O-rings, but way better. They don't drastically change the feel of the switch. They really help with silencing. And they just stay on the switch instead of on the keycaps. So, you know, you can swap switches keycaps around pretty easily. So Bob, since you're just tuning in, if you're installing Silencios, this is how you do it. You need to hear a little click on the left and right sides of the Silencios. Okay. So I'm just using a little spudger to push it in. There we go. Removing them is kind of a pain because you have to tug on them on both sides. You have to kind of push it out. You see like this, you see that there's little holes on the sides. Okay, so you're going to have to use a pair of pliers and just kind of push out gently. And so I'm pushing this one out. I push one side out, and then you push the other side out. Just have to be careful. Don't break them. I've broken one already. Okay, see, and they just pop off. If you release both sides, they just pop off. It's just the releasing part that's a bit difficult because you have to be very gentle. Because these things are really thin, so just be careful. Don't damage them. They are pricey. Oh, nice Taihao carbon. I think Taihao was my first keycap set that I got. I got Taihao black and orange. This was when, group buys were still pretty far and few in between. And I actually really like that set that I got, the black and orange one. I think they call it Halloween or something like that. Oh man, my back is killing me. And funny thing is, so I got that set. I bought it for I think 45 or 50 bucks, something like that. But other places started selling it, so I got it from eBay. On eBay from, I can't remember who it was that sold it to me. But I bought it there, and then other places started selling it for 30. I think Mass Drop was the one who was selling it for 36 plus shipping. And so I was like, oh shit, this, I can't, I'll have to sell it for cheaper. I'll have to sell it for, at most 35, 36. And so I sold it for that, at that price. And then I found out that the one that Mass Drop sold was not the full thing. It just had the standard keys and that was it. The set that I had the Sangan keys, had the Win keyless, bottom row support. It had, I think, the 1800 keys as well, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it had a bunch of extra keys, and at the time I was still a noob, and I had no idea what those extra keys were. So I just sold it just at a cheap price. And it had 7U space bar, 1.75U shift, stuff like that. And I think it's almost impossible to find that now. Most Taihao sets just come with the standard 104 keys. So yeah, that's kind of a shame. I think I would go back to using that if I can find that set again. I just like it just for being cheap. That's the nice part. And I think they make great gifts. Because I'm not giving away GMK keycap sets to the family. They're gonna eat nachos and Cheetos and drink Mountain Dew and do all sorts of stuff over the keyboards. So I'm not investing in a GMK set for them. Okay, let's see. I think I missed chat for a bit. Got kind of. Oh, you have Honeywell? That's awesome, man. Yeah, they're gonna work really great with Silencios. Let's see. I missed Mateo's latest keycaps at the Dev or TTY high profile. I set a reminder and everything to buy it, you know, right before it was gonna close. The buy was gonna close, and I think I was rebuilding my PC or I was putting together someone's keyboard and I just completely just forgot. And so, you know, by the time I remembered, it was 220, and I quickly checked mass drop and it was gone. So that's the one big group buy that I failed to join, I guess. I hope it doesn't come back to haunt me. Because I love PBT die subs. Almost a connoisseur of PBT die subs. Buy and collect. One from each major die subber manufacturer, just to compare them. Just to see who has the best die sub legends. Okay, so Princess. I almost said princess. Welcome to the stream. Nice to hear from you. These are Silencios, and like Bob explained, they cushion and silence key travel. And so for Browns, I think if you're talking in terms of what do they sound like, honestly, they sound like silenced taupe. In terms of feel, they bottom out like silenced taupe. I know it sounds crazy because in almost any other situation, I'm not gonna compare, you know, taupe with cherry style switches, but the feel and the sound just really remind me of silenced taupe. It made me really miss my Silence Nova Touch that I had, I think, over a year ago. I actually have a video of it on my YouTube channel. Kind of a typing demo. And so yeah, if you ask me, I like Silencios on MX Browns. I don't like them as much on heavier switches. I think they feel kind of weird because from what in terms of feel, they make switches feel just a little bit heavier. You know, maybe like 2-3 grams or something like that. I think it's because, you know, you're not bottoming out as hard. So yeah, I didn't like them as much on my 65 gram MX Browns. And that's why I rebuilt this keyboard, just to swap in some Cherry MX RGB Browns. So pretty much all my keyboards have Silencios and MX Browns, other than the one of the SA keycaps, because Silencios don't work well or even at all with SA. Okay, got everything in. Now, Sky Doge or Honeywell? I think I'm gonna go with Honeywell on it. I still like Honeywell. I think that's my set for now. I'm gonna go Honeywell. Penumbra can take a seat for now. All right. Now I'm gonna put probably gonna put some Cherry PBT back on this keyboard. We'll see. Yeah, I agree, Bob. I think that's why I wasn't too worried about getting in on the buy, because, you know, Mazjob's putting a ton of money in it. So hopefully they'll have something that I like in the future. We'll see. Hopefully they work out the kinks, in this first round. Oh, hey, Black Hawk Panda. Yes, I'm using Silencios, yes. And I think the VOD should be up after this. Hopefully this time I turned on the setting for it, because the first time I streamed I forgot about it, and I thought, oh, that's fine, I recorded it locally on my computer, I should be good. My computer crashed twice. It froze, I think because of, the display went to sleep or something, and OBS didn't like that, and so it crashed, it froze twice, and I had to restart my computer twice, and so the saved video files were corrupted, so I lost basically everything except I think the final third or final quarter of the stream. And so this time, hopefully everything will be uploaded so that you can go back and rewatch it. Oh, and so these are Silencios. Over here I have Unikey QMX silencing clips. So these are from, Unikey, who are basically doing GMK, or basically GMK. And these are limited to PCB mounted for now. So because this keyboard is PCB mounted, so I'm using this on a... Okay, should I use a red escape or should I just use a gray one? Well, we'll figure that out later. I'm trying to think of some better colors to go with this. So, instead of... Because I don't have anything else that's red, on my desk. So, I'm thinking of, either a yellow with white legends or a cyan. I think a cyan would look great. It's a nice faint cyan. Just to use in place of the red. I think that would make this keyboard really go well. My favorite thing about GMK Honeywell is that it supports 75% layouts. Thank you, Living Speed Bump, or Andy. Thank you so much. He's the guy who was behind this set. He's the one who designed it. He's the one who did the layout for it and everything. Picked the colors, I think, and he did an amazing job. He's the guy behind Key Cheddar, And if someone will put the link in chat, you should check out his website. He doesn't post as much anymore, but he has a lot of nice pictures on Instagram. So you guys should definitely follow him on Instagram. Of course, if you find him, look for me too. Shameless plug. I'm actually thinking of swapping this plate and case over to this KBD75 and plate and PCB over to this one. We'll see. Because I do like the lower angle on this one. This thing looks awesome, feels awesome. But typing on it, because of the angle, I'm just not used to it. Maybe if I had a lower desk, or if I had a taller chair or something, that would work out fine. Okay, let's look at chat again. Let's see. gonna look at the link for the. Oops. Okay, yeah. See, it's not as. It probably feels nicer, but yeah, that keycap puller is not as long. See the straight ends? Focus. Well, anyway, yeah. See, the straight lines on this puller is longer, so you know you can pull more keycaps, and I like that. Yep, and the wire is thinner, so it's way easier to pull keycaps out because you don't have to force it. And to release keycaps is way easier too. So of course the problem is it's not going to grip keycaps as hard. But okay, just watch this, see? I can just... See, so that's 5. I put 5 on one keycap puller. And because it's so thin, I can just chop them all pretty easy. So does yours do that as well, or no? P. Let's see. So Black Hawk Panda, yeah. I have a roommate, and so you know, that's why all my boards are silenced. And I mean, it helps that I like the silencios. Yeah, I think 78 grams would be a bit too heavy for me, I think. Is it hard to take out silencios? I think once you figure out how to do it, it's really not that difficult. It's tedious, though. It's incredibly tedious. And so I showed Bob just now, but I think you tuned in a bit late. So if you didn't get to see it, here's how to do it. For the silencios, okay, I think you can see it on this one. Okay, so you'll see the 2 holes or 2 tabs on the side of the silencio. You're gonna use a pair of tweezers. Put it in and then just push outwards until you hear a little click. And then you do the same on the other side. And so once you do that, it'll just pop off. Oh yeah, GMK, is that Ceresia or something like that? That's the red one, right? I think this is kind of the same red, I think. I don't know, I don't want another red, you know, that's why I'm swapping it out. So I want something that has white double shot legends. So let me know if you guys find anything. White double shot legends, but, you know, anything other than red. I think Elite Keyboards has some. I think they have green. It's kind of a regular green though. They have green, they have a blue, I think. But I'm not a fan of that blue. It's kind of a, you know, basic blue. It's not navy blue, it's not baby blue. It's just kind of a very basic, kind of a very generic blue. So I don't know. I'm still on the lookout. I do wish GMK one had more brown keycaps. I don't think there's any GMK brown keycap sets out there right now, and that's a real shame. You know, GMK Retro was going to be one of my favorite sets ever, and then Mass Drop just had a lot of problems with the drop. The way they dropped it just wasn't done well. Like, you know, the kits weren't split up nice, and so it ended up being way too expensive, and so they had to redo the kits and everything, and they did that. But there were no announcements, you know, there wasn't a big thread on Reddit, and so it just died. Like, you know, there was no official word from Massdrop as well. They didn't send any emails, they didn't send anything, and so that group buy that drop just dropped. And it's a shame, because that would have been the first brown GMK set, and that would have been awesome. You know, I would be using that on my wood 60% keyboard. It would make it look amazing, I think. Yeah, I mean, as long as you like 78 grams, you know, my fingers aren't as strong as yours, and I think mainly it's mostly my pinkies that are really weak. So, you know, on heavy switches like on MX Blacks, you know, I kind of struggle, you know, when I need to hold down shift or anything like that, or holding down function because I have function on my caps lock key. And I think someone asked what the difference is between PCB mounted and plate mounted. Plate mounted is obviously, you know, you get a firmer, tighter typing experience. Okay, but the problem is, you know, if you bottom out a lot, you know, it's gonna feel kind of fatiguing on your fingers and on your joints especially. Whereas a PC mounted build, especially with, I think people like to use tactile switches on them, so, you know, it's more forgiving, because, you know, bottoming out doesn't feel as bad, because you basically, you know, it's only supported by the PCB, so, you know, the PCB kind of moves with you. Okay, so I do like it. That's why, you know, I'm gonna stick with a PCB mounted build. I think at least for one keyboard, I'm gonna have at least one, just to have that. And so, you know, I've been using a PCB mounted build for the past maybe 1 month, 2 months. I like it, and so I've got QMX silencing clips on it, and I think it looks absolutely sick. Just look at that. So, you know how some places have the cherry stabilizers with gold wires, and so people always talk about how, oh, that's you know, why, that's completely unnecessary. Why do you need that? Yeah, but look at this. Just look at that. Okay, so the PCB is black and gold, and the stabilizers are black and gold, and because it's a PCB mounted build, there's no plate blocking the stabilizer wires. See, just black and gold everywhere. And obviously it looked even better without the silencing clips, because it was just all black. See, black and gold, black and gold. I just love the way it looks. Maybe I should just have it displayed on my shelf just without keycaps. But then again, then I'll have too many keycaps just in my drawer. Okay, so we have the completed board. Here we go. You guys can see it. There we go. Oh yeah, I need gold screws. I need to look for some gold screws. I'm actually thinking of buying some. That would make it look great. Alright, let's look at that. Honeywell. GMK Honeywell, EnjoyPBT 75. Let's look at that. Oh, let's see. Oh, wait, Black Hawk Panda. Have I spoken to you before on Reddit or something? Let's see. Sunshine yellow. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking yellow with white, but I've only seen yellow with black. The keyboard says yellow. Has a nice yellow, but it's got black double shot legends, and I want white on it to go with it, to go with Honeywell. See, yeah, retro. Yep. I really hope it returns. I would just instant buy it. Just that GMK SNES had the same problem. Just the kits weren't great, and when they did finally change it, because, you know, if the kits aren't great, that means there's no day one hype train. And if there's no day one hype train, just like any mass drop or group buy or Kickstarter, just anything, you know, of that matter, if there's no day one or day two hype train, it just dies. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I sold the EnjoyPBT Hangu because I just didn't like the. I hate EnjoyPBT Dice Up Legends. Absolutely, I don't like them because, you know, like I said, I collect. I've bought a bunch and I've collected a bunch of shared profile PBT dice up keycap sets, and you know, I put them side by side, compare each and every modifier and all that. And EnjoyPBT just has awful legends, honestly. I mean, they're okay, they're honestly pretty great, but when you compare them side by side with Imstall, with BSP, they just don't look that great. But before you worry so much, you got the Japanese sushi keys, right? Those actually have different dice up legends, and from what I can tell from pictures, they're actually improved and they're better. They're closer to the GMK style and their OG kind of dice up legends. So if you got the sushi one, that's great. I've been thinking about buying that actually. Okay, I'm gonna be back real quick. I forgot I didn't wash my hands after soldering. And I'm gonna go get a weight, and we'll weigh it live. The keyboard, I mean. All right. Let's see. Yeah, the sushi ones are great, like I said. Oh, nice. Yeah, so you know, if you're too scared, I think I mentioned it earlier. So you know, if you've got a small keyboard kit, if you got a cheap keyboard kit, and you know, and you want to experiment with building, just go for it. You know, I think that's what cheap kits are great for. You know, you can, you know, practice soldering on them, practice, you know, all the various tips and tricks. But I know people who have not soldered before, and you know, they've got some pretty expensive kits and they're afraid, or even if you have a you know, a not so expensive kit but you want it to be your end game or something like that, then you know, and you want it done well, then you know, that's where I come in. You know, that's why I don't do, you know, like the $20 per build type of deal, because you don't even know what you're paying for, honestly. $20, they're gonna slap your keyboard together in 1 hour, call it a day. Whereas for me, if you guys have been watching from the start, you know, this whole build has taken me, you know, 3 to 4 hours. Okay, see if you guys can see that. So this is in pounds. This is with GMK keycaps. Look at that. 4 pounds. 2.262 kilograms. This thing is a beast. Yeah, and Honeywell looks great on it. Just look at that, the gray. With the gray. Okay, since the keyboard is done, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put some keycaps back on Back on my KBD 75. So if you want to stick around and hang out, sure. If not, you know, the build's pretty much done. I'm just going to be putting keycaps on this other keyboard now. And one thing is, if you've been curious about QMX silencing clips, I found that at least with these MX Browns, they work really weird with GMK keycaps. So I don't know. Like I found that they just feel like some of the keys were, you know, sticking and stuff like that. So I don't know. Actually, kind of think a bit about it. I think I'm just gonna change out the stems on this one and the springs. I'm gonna swap in some Cherry MX RGB stems and springs, because these are kind of vintage browns almost, and so they're not as tactile, and the springs are a bit lighter. I don't know, we'll see. For now, just gonna put keycaps on it just for me to display it on my shelf. All right, see you, Bob. Thanks so much. Thanks for tuning in. You know, thanks for keeping the conversation up. I really appreciate it. I'll see you around next time. Oh yeah, for sure. Catch you later, man. It's been nice. Wait. See ya. Oops. So, couple of 75%. I know I saw one that was the Liku acrylic one. What's the other one? Is it the... What's his name? I can't remember. You're gonna have to refresh my memory. The other one, I don't remember seeing Geek Hack Thread for it, but I remember seeing it on RMK and on Mac Market. XD84. The cheap kit. Oh, and there was the... Is that the one also with the EEPW84? There was another one like that as well. I don't know. Yeah. For me, I think if you're picking between all those, go for the KBD 75. I think you will not be disappointed. I mean, as long as you don't want an RGB underglow, because the RGB underglow on the KBD 75 is god awful. But if you're not doing that, I think you should go for the KBD 75. It is the best value out of all of them. I've seen the rest, and nothing just comes close to the value of the KBD 75. And especially now that the guy said that they fixed the plate, so I think you should have nothing to worry about now. Because my two gripes were with the plate and the RGB underglow implementation. And you know, if the plate's been fixed, it's a damn good kit for the price. I think 150 shipped. You know, that is awesome. Obviously, you're gonna need to buy stabilizers separately, because they're just gonna ship cheap Chinese stabilizers with it. Oh, see, if you want RGB underglow, then yeah, I'm looking for that too, man. Still can't find a 75% keyboard with RGB underglow that I like. That octagon, great RGB, great board. I don't like the angle, it's way too sharp. And I don't like the price tag. So that one is also a no-go for me. Nice, nice. Which one is the no-go? Hold on, what was I saying? The duck octagon. The angle is too aggressive for me, the slope. Too sharp for me. I think it's 11 degrees or something like that. And you know, it's if you buy it secondhand, that thing is like, you know, $500-600, sometimes $800. Yep, nope, not doing that. I'm not spending that much, especially after kits like, you know, the KBT 75 and the EnjoyPBT 75. I'm fine for now, especially if it's not something that I know I will like very much. If they change the angle, if they lowered it, because I know the acrylic bottom has a lower angle, but they don't have an aluminum bottom with that angle. But if they have one with a lower angle, I would not hesitate to buy it. Yeah. Have you seen my keyboard shelf yet, Black Hawk Panda? Not yet? Oh yeah. I think you tuned in after I already showed it. Okay. I'm going to put my EnjoyPBT 75 on it. Then move some of the stuff. My room's kind of a mess because this 2 weeks I've been busy building keyboards and I had to rebuild my computer, so I've got, you know, computer parts boxes just lying around in my room, and I've got a bunch of keycap stuff on my bed right now. Just look at that. Look at all the keycaps and switches and stuff. It's just so that when I'm streaming, I have easy access to it. Yeah. Okay. So let me give you a closer look of, I don't know if you can see that. I can't pull the camera too much. Okay. I didn't use a long enough extension. Hold on, one board is missing. Oh. There we go. Okay, see that? 60% board, 60% board. Leopold FC980C, so that's Topre. And then we've got the EnjoyPBT 75 just sitting over there with Honeywell. The one in the middle. You mean the brown one? Man, I need a longer cable for that one. Let's see, so I can. This is it. It's a custom wood case, handmade. It's not milled or CNC'd. Oh, actually here. Get some light on it. Obviously the brown looks way better in person. The colors are kind of washed out. But yeah. Yep, it's a high profile case, and that's pretty awesome. And so I've got SA Chocolatier and SA Camping mods on it. It's kind of like that real camping view. Because for me, SA Camping, it looks nice, but the white alphas don't do it for me, you know? So this gives it a real camping type of feel. Yeah, that's the Nerds. That's the Gone Nerd 60. Awesome PCB, honestly. I really like it. It's no wonder it costs a bit more than all the others. Oh man, how did I have the camera just now? Oops. Oh, I don't remember how I had the camera. Whatever. The rest of the keycaps in. 96 key. My first custom keyboard was actually a 96 key. My first custom keyboard was a ZZ96 that I bought from someone on Mac Market. It had 65 gram lube ergo clears, and I can link you a picture to it. It was a ZZ96, yeah. Let me give you a link real quick. An Imgur album. It's not a great album because I think it's just an album for when I sold it, so there's not a lot of pictures. Let me see. I have to scroll all the way down. Oops. Oh, yep, looks like you found it. So I had Skydoach, yeah? It's a long time ago. Well, 1 year isn't that long. Yeah, I waited too long to get my first custom keyboard, I think. Waited too long to spring the money for one. Now that board had nice RGB underglow. That one looked amazing. The case itself was great. The anodizing was awesome. Sad about the angle. I just did not like the angle. It was way too tall. It had a similar angle to duck keyboards. So it's about 11 degrees and my wrist just absolutely hated typing on it. Like after, you know, every time I typed, my wrist would hurt a lot. And, you know, after being used to 60% keyboards, the ZZ96 meant that I had to type at an angle, kind of to the left a little bit, because otherwise my mouse would be way too far to the right, at the time at least. And so, you know, the back was, the slope was too high, the keyboard was too far to the left, and the loop ergo clears were too heavy for me and too slow. I didn't like that. And so, you know, it's a great board it's a great board. It just wasn't for me. So it's a real shame because I miss it. Miss it a lot. I think it would look great on my shelf. And now that I have a huge desk mat, I don't mind longer keyboards as much anymore. That's why I have an FC980C, because now, you know, I have a desk mat, so I don't have to worry about the mouse pad being the size of ZZ96. I don't have to worry about adjusting it as much, and I have a wireless mouse, and so, you know, my mouse is, I can just let it run free, and so I don't mind bigger boards now. And so, you know, I've been looking at some 10 keyless custom keyboards, some 96 keys. Maybe I'm gonna go back to that life. B Mini. Ooh. Do you have an album? Do you have pictures of it? The B Mini X2 is pretty nice. I do wish they had the numpad on the left side. I think that would have made it just, you know, that's basically when I think of an end game layout, that's the end game layout for me. 75% keyboard with numpad on the left side. Yeah, but the B Mini X, the EX, I think. Yeah, it has the numpad on the right, so that's kind of kills it for me. Nice. Yeah, desk mat just makes it awesome, especially with wireless mouse. If you have a desk mat get a nice wireless mouse for it. I have a Logitech G900, and man, I cannot go back, because now, you know, with a wireless mouse, you know, that means you're not limited by the wire. With a desk mat, you're not limited by the mouse pad. So now my mouse can go anywhere, you know, anywhere on the desk mat, and so it's amazing. And so, you know, I can move my keyboard around without worrying about my mouse. Yeah, I've seen that IC, and I commented on it. They asked if people wanted to keep the F row. I really wish they would keep the function row. Just why? Why do you need to remove it? I just don't get it. If you remove it, you know, you're already gonna have, you know, basically 75% with a numpad. You're gonna have a numpad. Why would you not need the function row with it? Like, you know, what's limiting you? And, you know, it's not a board that you're gonna be carrying around anyway. You know, so the function row is fine. It's there. Oh man. Well, you said that you're waiting for the EnjoyPBT keycap set to come in, right? Was that you? The sushi set? Will that one have enough keys? I'm trying to think. Because you might have problems with... Nice, nice. You might have problems with this column. Because I think the standard EnjoyPBT sets don't come with the right profiles for these keys. So, you know, it'll just be all in a wonky profile. But let me check real quick. Because, okay. Let me check real quick. KBD fans, where are you? $117 keys. Do they have a picture of all the keys? Nope, not here. There we go. Okay, so if the description is correct, then I'm afraid, yeah, you won't get the right profile for these keys. And yeah, and probably the 3-1Us as well. What you can do, since you're getting an EnjoyPBT set, and it's what I did for my Imstall black on black Trevor die sub, the black on black set. What I did was, so you know, I had to use the numpad keys for this row and for the 2 or 3, you know, 1U mods, okay? But because back then I also had a numpad, and because you have a numpad as well, so you can't do that. That's not an option for you. And so what you can do is just buy the blanks. You know? Yeah, I just looked it up. So for me, I got the Imstall black on black set, and I got black blanks just to fill up any of the weird keys. You know? So, and the nice part is because it's just a standard you know, beige and light gray set for the sushi set, you could easily, you know, go on mechanickeyboards.com, or even just ask someone on Mac Market. I'm sure people will sell it. You know, just ask for the numpad set for blank for this color, and I'm sure you get people selling it, because a lot of people buy the full set for a 60% keyboard or for 10 keyless, and they don't need that stuff, and so you just buy that, and then you just fill up any, you know, special slots. So yeah, so my black on black set has, you know, basically a full black Gateron numpad set, blank set to go with it. So, you know, if I ever change layouts or anything, and I need weird keys, then, you know, I'm pretty much set. Oh yeah, I guess you can do that, but, you know, having 2 sushi keys, that'll look kind of weird, don't you think? You know, just side by side, you know, or separated by the function. I guess that's, you know, whatever works. But yeah, so, you know, it'll work for now, but you can always go with blanks just to fill it up. I actually have, let's see, I have some blank beige Gateron keycaps as well, cherry profile. So if I have any weird layouts, you know, I can do that too. I don't have a light gray one, but eventually I'll get it. But yeah, I got that one for my Red Scar 78 because it had, you know, like the 10 macro keys on the side, so I used that for that. So it had the correct profile for all of them. Okay, so today we have this board. And we have my super heavy EnjoyPBT 75. Actually, I'm just going to move the camera around so you can see it. Alright, okay, for the keycap puller here, let me look it up real quick. Let me look it up. It's my favorite keycap puller. I've tried a bunch and I think that this one's still my favorite. Wait, where did this black screw come from? Okay, let me move some stuff over since I'm... Okay, I'm looking it up for you right now. Keycap puller, okay, geek keys, and... Oh, was there a reason why he didn't want it anymore? Is it because he had a new keyboard? Yeah, that's nice, man. How much did you pay for it? And what color is it? Do you have a keyboard? Do you have a picture of it? I know you said you didn't have nice pictures because you didn't have a full keycap set on it yet, but you know, I just want to see, you know, the case and everything. Yeah, see, yep, you're right. Oh, it does have, let's see. Yeah, sushi keys. Yep, so you're gonna have to use both the sushi keys and the function key, and you won't have the correct keys for the right side. Yeah, that's a shame. Let's see. Accessories. I'm gonna look up mechanicalkeyboards.com to see if they have it too. And eBay. Okay, it's basically KBC one. It's basically the one of the cheaper ones. Kind of hard to find. Let's see, KBC. Oh yeah, he wanted a CC96. That's understandable. I would do the same if I were him. Huh. I guess Geek Keys isn't selling it anymore? Okay, well, so we can find it somewhere. See, the one mechanickeyboards.com is not the same too. Man, looks like you might have trouble finding one that's like mine. Most have gone for the shorter kind of wires. Yeah, most of the ones I see now are the new style, which is the one of the thicker wires and the shorter too. And the thing is, you don't want that. Well, guess I'm not selling mine. I'm not giving mine away anymore. Okay, but yeah. So you can see how the wires, the straight ends are longer. So that really helps because it helps you hold more keycaps before you have to unload it. And the wires are not as stiff and more flexible. So you know you can easily just push it down and it immediately goes to the two sides of the key, the two corners of the keycaps, and you just pull it out, and you know you can just push the little finger through the middle and it'll pop all the keycaps off. So trying to look. Most of the stores now sell like the big thick one, and that's not what you want. Or the wire is long but the straight ends aren't long enough. Yeah, but 2 to 3 chair profile or 2 to 3 OEM. Because you know I can remove up to 5 chair profile keycaps at a time, and that's really awesome. It saves a lot of time. Yeah, I can't find any, man. I'm sorry. Most of the ones, just the wires are just too short, I think. I'm sure they're more durable, but yeah. I'll let you know if I do find it though. Because I think if I do find it, I'm going to buy a bunch. Yeah. These are all the same. Okay, I'm gonna look at your. Oh man. Ooh. Okay, let me move. Hold on. Got so much stuff on my desk. Just because of building this thing. Hopefully you can still hear me because my mic is now behind the monitor. Yeah. Man, that looks nice. I'm usually not a fan of acrylic sandwich cases, but with I'm guessing those are Zilios, so you know it's all clear, and then with the kind of the Silencios, it gives it that milky kind of frosted look as well. Ooh. That looks good, man. That looks real good. I think what would make it look even better is if you find a way to swap out the stabilizers for Zeal transparent stabilizers. I think that would look amazing. See, instead of, you know, now we've got this nice frosted and white transparent milky kind of theme going. If you can get transparent stabs too, ooh, that would just make it look so good. Yeah, I'm actually still selling those. Someone was supposed to pick them up, but I guess he forgot or something like that. And so, I even forgot I was selling them. I swear I'm not trying to sell it to you. Yeah, I actually still have them over here somewhere. Here. Yeah, I like my own modded stabilizers more. More reliable, and I have more control over how they feel. And I like that they sound a bit deeper as well. Man, that looks really nice. That's the thing about Wayne Keeler's boards I really like. Their underglow is one of the best. Yeah, and I think with a desk mat it looks really nice. Instead of just shining on just your desk. Whole thing for $275. So with Zilios, so you know, I'd say that's about 100 Zilios if I'm not mistaken, because it's 96 plus, what is that, 5, so it's 100 or 101 switches. So Zilios typically they're about 75, so you know that's $75 already. So you basically paid $200 for the whole thing. I mean, switches and blah blah. Yeah, that's not bad at all, honestly. And I'm guessing those are genuine cherry stabilizers as well, from what I can see. So yeah, not bad, man. Not bad at all. It does look really good, I have to say. Oh wait, it came with Silencios? Are you serious? Holy shit. with silencios, okay, then you've got a deal, because silencios, they're gonna be 75. They're either from 70 cents to $1 for one. So let's say 70 cents. That's another $70. 70, 75. So you're paying 130. Ooh, you got a sick deal right there. I have to say, pretty jealous. Not a layout or not a keyboard I would use, but I think at that price, I might just say screw it. I'll get it. That's awesome, man. Fifth person. Wait. So 4 other people PM, then I guess they lowballed him or something. That's one thing I don't like about Mac Market, man. A lot of people will comment PM really early, and they'll say PM, then so your listing has like 4 or 5 PMs, and so some people are, oh man, there's 4 or 5 people ahead of me already. I don't think I'm gonna send a PM. But as someone who sells a lot of stuff on Mac Market, most of those PMs, I'm gonna ignore them, or at least I'm gonna reply them, and then I'm gonna have to tell them no, because they just offer this honestly pretty stupid offers. They just lowball you like hard. They think that just because they're first, they can get you to drop $20, $50 on your listing price. So yeah, I guess they lowballed him too much, and you lucked out, man. Yeah, I just did quick math, and I think it's a sick deal, and so you, my friend, got a very good price on that thing. Yeah, and I mean, from what I can tell, they're not, any major defects from the pictures I saw. Maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't see any. Yep, that's pretty insane. Okay, so when you get the keycaps, make sure to post it. All right, make sure, and just let me know. Just PM me or something, or because I don't know if I check my Twitch account very much. So just send me a PM on Reddit. Make sure to give me a link. And let me know when you have the post up or the Imgur album. I'll upvote you to the high heavens with my measly 1 single vote. I can't game the system. Yeah, that's nice, man. I'm still looking for my end game board. I've been thinking maybe I'll just get a macro pad instead of waiting for a 75% keyboard with numpad on the left side. Maybe I'll just get a separate numpad or a macro pad or something. Cause just today, before this, I assembled a road kit. It was one of the guys who, I don't know if you were here when he was watching this stream as well. But, see? So that's a road kit, so it's a little macro pad. I really like the finish. It's very matte black. This is my first time seeing a keyboard with this finish. It's just awesome. Yep, I just assembled this today. It has lubed Gateron clears with 62 gram springs. Just look at that. It looks amazing. It's $100 though. I don't know if it's worth $100, but and it comes with 2 plates actually. So it has a a plate with stabilize for larger keys. If you want a more traditional numpad style kind of view. Whereas you have the 16 switch option too. And I like this one. I think it looks amazing. Okay, we'll put it here and we'll see just really quick. See, because I have a black mouse, so look at that. I think it would go really well with it. you know. So a little micro pad beside. I can use it for streaming, you know, like scenes and stuff. I can use it for media and all that. I think they're pretty nice. Damn it, man! I didn't want to buy more. One of the reasons I'm building keyboards is, you know, so I get to play around and get to look at some of the nicer keyboards. But you know, all it's doing is making me want to buy even more keyboard stuff. Not planning on that. Should have known though. Fan, have to ship this tomorrow. Well, I think. Okay, it's getting pretty late now. It's 3:20 over here. I don't know what time it is over there. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, I will probably sell my TKL and be pretty heavy. Wait, you have a 10 keyless as well? Yeah, I have a bunch of keycap sets. Were you here when I was taking up some of my keycap sets? Okay. So, and obviously these are just the ones that I currently have. You know, I still have some on order and I've sold a bunch. Okay, I'm just taking out the ones in the trays. So, you know, I have, like you've seen just now, I've got the camping. Got chocolatier in here. And so these are just the ones that are in trays. See that? Oh, Hydro! I actually sold Hydro recently. I still have the. Well, no. The buyers took the banderoles as well. But yeah, Hydro is really nice. I had it and I ended up selling it because I wanted to buy other keycaps. But that blue is really nice in person. The pictures just don't do it justice. You see it in person, man. Even my roommate, who you know is not really into mechanical keyboards at all, he was fawning over the blue. It just looks awesome. Okay. I'll show you the keycaps really quick. Oh, not so sure anymore. Why not? You've seen others that you like? Oh yeah, man. Yep. I think when I sold mine, they were about 200, 220 or something like that. Yeah, well, someday. What you can do is, you know, the next time there's a nice GMK set that you think is going to go up in value, just buy it, and then, you know, a few months down the road, just trade it with GMK Hydro. That's what I do for a lot of my keycap sets. You know, and it's not like Artisans where, you know, it's limited, you know, there's only a limited number of people who can get their hands on an Artisan. You know, group buys is just, it's limitless, you know, anyone can join. And the more you buy, you know, the better it is for everyone because the price drops. And so, actually, how am I going to do this? Okay, Penumbra. Okay, look at the back of Penumbra. Just look at all those colors. Double shot. It's pretty crazy. Okay. Skeletor. This one, it looks so bad in the stream, but in person it looks really nice. The colors are really vibrant. Sky Dolch, and I've got the mods that go with it as well. Let me bring it out. RGB mods. Got the magenta mods. Got Sky Dolch. This is my second Sky Dolch. I traded my first one a long time ago. Got Imgur. This is my all-time favorite. Black on black. PBT dye sub. This is the one with the blanks. If you see that, you know that's the blanks that I mentioned to fill up any gaps. JMK Carbon. I've got the novelties and the Ergo kits as well. Hyperfuse. I have it on one of my keyboards, so you don't see it here. Hyperfuse. Empty trays. Well, that's the ones that I have right now. That's the ones in trays that I have. Yeah, and I've got terminal coming in. I've got SA Penumbra coming in. I've got Calm Depths. No, not Calm Depths. Dash and Dancer. XDA Milestone. Master Control Rebirth. A bunch. I've got a lot of others coming in. But that'd be real nice. Yep. I do need to stop spending so much money. But if I build enough keyboards, I don't have to worry. Oh, and of course, you know, modern beige. And actually, okay, one thing I didn't mention just now. So, you know how I said that EnjoyPBT has, you know, I don't like their standard sub-legends, the dye subs very much. Not the sub-legends, dye subs. But from pictures, from what I can tell, the sushi set, the sushi Japanese set, has the exact same dye sub legends as the modern beige set from Originative. They've got the same, basically just everything's the same. I just can't find the difference, except for, you know, the novelties and the colors and some of the additional stuff. But the legends are all the same, because some of the inconsistencies I noticed on the modern beige set, I also saw it on the sushi set. Still better than the regular EnjoyPBT stuff. But yeah, it's basically the same. So this will give you kind of a preview of it. Obviously the sushi one looks better because of all the colors. Yeah, just let me know. Take a nice picture. That would be amazing. Man, now I need to figure out, you know, what keyboards to use on what keyboards to use these keycaps. I have too many keycap sets now that are just sitting in my drawer. You know, Numbra, Sky Dolch, you know, Carbon, all these nice keycaps I want to show off, but all just sitting in my drawer. Yep, no problem. Thanks for tuning in. I'll upload the photo or whatever, or the video on YouTube sometime. It won't include all this lengthy, you know, conversation, but yeah, that's pretty nice. Thanks for tuning in. I need to go have dinner now. I was supposed to eat just now. I didn't think this stream would take so long. It's 3 a.m. now, 3:30 almost, and I haven't eaten. Alright, see you, Black Hawk Panda. Thanks for tuning in. Catch you later. Catch me on Reddit, Instagram, Imgur, YouTube, Twitch, whatever. I'll see you later. Alright, good night.